welcome back. This is the CSS video. So I'm actually just going to go full screen for this one right now. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the fonts. So right away we've got Enter right here, and it's bold. Bold. I don't see Enter being used anywhere else. Let's see, is it on my buttons? How do I read you? Why can't I read you? Wow, oh, that's weird. Okay, let's find out what these buttons are. Is there another one that I can poke? Okay, that's Enter. That's medium. Okay, so we need medium. So let's just look at the medium font weight numbers. So look at medium, so we need 500 and we need 700. That's bold, medium, and bold. Okay, not bold. They're Enter and bold. So we just need, I think I just need two. I just need to grab two font types. And the least amount of fonts that you can load, the better. You don't want to load all of them. So what we're going to do, starting online, I think this is all we need. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Google Fonts Helper. This is what I use to grab all my fonts from Google. So we're going to do Enter. All right. And we only want the Latin subset. So all of the think of all the weird crazy characters that come in a font, like all the ones with the tildes on top or different symbols, etc. Those all come with the font. And what's great about this is we only choose the Latin subset. So when you download a font from Google Fonts, you're getting all of them, and you can get like 80 kilobytes for a single font file, or you can do only the Latin text and it goes down to like 13. So that's why I use Google Fonts Helper, and I choose, so we got regular, and then we want 700. For some reason, medium's right here. So we got a medium, right? Yeah, that's 500, and then bold is 7. So we need these two. So we have 3 total for regular. And we're going to choose modern browsers, and this is the code that we select. You can even tell it which extension you want. So I actually don't need the dots. So I just do /fonts because that's where my CSS is going to live. So we're going to copy this, and we're going to go to my root, which is the root.ls. This is the file, the root.css is the file that is on all of my pages. So all of my pages will share this, and that is why we're going to put it here. So we're not doing Roboto, so we're going to move that, and then we have to add font display swap to all of them. So copy, paste, paste. Okay, and then from there we download it. So we're going to take this, I'm going to download this, and it's going to be right here. We're going to extract, and here's our fonts. Notice that these files they're very small, and we're only loading the WAF. So we got WAF 2, so 17, 18, and 18, and that's not bad. So let's go into our folder, and this is our fonts folder. We're not using Roboto anymore, so we're throwing this in here. Cool. And then we have Railway. So I think we just got regular. I think it's just regular. Enter, Railway, regular. So we just have the regular. Oh, we got light. I don't want to have to add another font. So I'm just going to see what this looks like if I make it Railway. because this says it's supposed to be enter at light, so that's a 300 font weight. But I mean, just for three nav items, it seems a little overkill to have a separate font weight just for these. So I'm gonna make an audible for performance and make it Railway instead. So with Railway, what's cool is I only need the regular. So I'm just gonna take that. I mean, this is light. Let's see if this looks like it's regular. I think I want it to be regular anyway. I was just talking to the client about this. Like, he felt like the navigation was a little washed. Like, it didn't stand out as much. So I think I'm gonna make this regular anyway. And what's gonna happen when we scroll on desktop? When we scroll down, a white bar is going to come down and create a separation bit behind these guys. So we just want the regular Latin subset. Or choose modern browsers. That's how we're going to load it. So we take this, go to our CSS, on display swap, and we download. There's those guys, and there's our fonts again. So we just dump these in here. And there you go. Now you have locally hosted fonts. So what we need to do now is we need to declare them. I think it's on the body. By Roboto, we want Railway. Cool. And then all of our headings, it's actually going to be enter. We take that. Our fallback is going to be Arial. And I'm going to go over that later. That's in the optimizations. So that's enter. They're all going to be weight of bold. And what color is my text? So these guys are going to be this color. So all of my H's are going to be that color. What's my text? Is my text the same? And just take this off actually and put it on the body. That's the color of all of my P's. Got my fallback. I think I gotta put a comma there. Right? Yeah. Okay, so that's, now we've locally hosted all of our fonts. We have all the font weights, added font display swap. The next thing we need to do is we need to preload them. So we have our enter bold and we have Railway regular. So that's what we're going to load. And I have code for that. Preload. That's images. Cool. All right, so I'm just going to have to grab it from one of my previous projects. It was, well, still, we're going to have to do the preload. So I'm going to grab this. One of the first things I do is I preload my landing image. And we do that in the head. So we go up here, wherever you want it. I'll just put it right here. So I'm going to preload my my mobile landing image. So slash images, slash landing. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to do that because I don't have one. However, this is good to know. I would, if it was my I preload my mobile one so that it loads faster on um, on mobile. So this is one thing you would do on all your websites. Since I don't have a mobile image, I guess what I can do is I could just preload the logo. So I just preload that. And then what I'm going to have to do is I have to grab from Hero Care. So I think I have a preload in there. There we go. This is what I want. These links. So I'm going to grab these. Thank you. And we're going to preload our fonts. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our fonts. And I want to load the bold of Enter. So Enter bold WAF 2. That's the one that gets loaded. So we're going to take this and paste it. That's the relative path. And we got to add our change the forward slashes because for some reason that's what they do. And then we got railway regular WAF 2 copy relative path. Then have a backslash, change the forward or the backward to forward, and boom, just like that. Now we're preloading our fonts. So this is part of my process now of how when I start builds, I do my HTML, and then when I jump to my CSS, that's when I get these set up. So this is huge for your optimization. You should be doing this every build now. So we got this. We got our CSS. Let's create our images. So we have this landing image, and what we want to do. There we go. I don't need a mobile version of that, so boom. This one. So that's going to be section 1. What we're going to do, so this is it's going to be 728. That's what I got it at. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce it. So if I want to have it displayed at like 250, I'm going to resize it. So I'm going to hit custom dimensions. It's at 728 now. And for optimal display on mobile, you want to make the image twice as big as its display size. So I think on mobile, it's going to be like maybe 250 or 300 wide. So if we do 300 times 2 is 600. I know that's not going to seem like a lot, but it helps. So I'm going to, continue with high quality, save, and it's going to be section 1.m. Make this smaller. So that's section 1. Then we got idea 1, 2, and 3. So these are going to be even smaller because I'm going to actually have it look like this. So if we have a 400 pixel wide screen on average, these will have to be a minimum or a maximum of like 180 wide. So let's look at idea 1. So if we're going to resize you, you're 800, but you're going to be displayed at like 200 tops. So that means you're going to be 400. So it's almost, this is almost half the size. And that's going to make a huge difference. So we're going to make these ideas mobiles. We're going to make them 400. Oops. Because when we do our CSS, we're going to have to see these. So I have to make them now or it's going to look stupid. Because we're not going to have images. Okay, and then we got these guys. These are fine. Featured work. Again, same deal. I think we're going to make them all 400 wide. So port 1, we're going to resize and make this 400. Dang it. So I know this might seem boring right now, but again, this is the job. It's like it's doing small little things like this to make sure that you are like giving your best effort, your best product forward. It's performing its best. It might not seem like a lot when you're resizing these for mobile, but you'll see it at the end when we score 100. And it's these little things that you have to do if you really want that 100. So again, CTA. So it's like we have this gigantic image, right? Even if I resize this to like 400, it's still going to be like really small, like lengthwise, so it's going to get blown up. But this is going to be on mobile, so instead of resizing, I'm going to crop because the screen is not this big. The screen is like this big, right? It's like this wide, and I can still maintain some height and get some quality. So it's going to be the same, and I think that should be good enough right there. So we're going to save a copy. We're going to do -M. So that's that. Like, look at this. So if this is 587 kilobytes wide, gigantic. There's no reason to be loading that on mobile. So when we, without even compressing, when we just cut it, it immediately jumps down to 76 kilobytes, just because of making that crop. So this is 600 wide, which I think is more than enough for loading on mobile. And when we compress these, they're going to get even smaller. And when we turn them into WebPs, they're going to get a little bit smaller, but load about 50% faster. So that's that. That's it for the images. We're gonna do compressing and WebP stuff at the end. So let's get to the CSS now. So this is what our site looks like. Oh, looks like we got some problem here. It's not loading. This is for manufacturer. Interesting. Section1.jpg. Right. Yeah, there it is. That's cool. I guess because we don't have any of the WebPs. So let's take all these. Control find WebP. Let's change WebP to JPEG. And that solves all our problems. So we'll just convert those back to WebPs when we're ready. We don't need to do that right now. This is our site without any. You can see the button. See how it's already styled? That's part of my my starter kit. So we get all of these, all these like happy, depressed, judgmental models that I don't know. Fashion. So now let's make this into something. I'm going to set my responsive to 320 wide. All right, and this is what we have to work with when we are starting with my kit right out the gate. So let's zoom out a little bit to 75. 320 is going to be the smallest width of a screen size. That's going to be your iPhone 5s, 5s, I don't know. But there's still people with them, so we still have to deal with those people. Now, let's see. How do we want to do this? So I think I want to remove this the bar. So we have a white bar up here because I want it to be sitting on top of the section. So we're going to start here first. And using less, I can nest things. So I'm going to start with ID landing. And the first thing I want to do is I set position relative. And what I can do, I'm going to make my pseudo element first. And this is my pre-built pseudo element code. I don't have to keep doing it. You know, that your pseudo element's going to all of them have to have a content. We don't have anything in there, so we just have an empty string. And then I just style it normally as I would as a box. This is going to be 100% of its height and width of its container. This is the background. I got my opacity. It's to the left and right, so it's positioned in the corner up here, 100%. And then this is a less thing. So this is just, it's saying landing and landing dash before. So when this compiles to CSS, it's going to look like this. That's what it's going to look like. But I can write it like this in less, and I can nest all of my CSS. Like if I wanted to target the H1, I do it right here, and then it'll pop out landing H1, and here's my CSS. And that's what Koala is doing. Koala will be taking my weird, wacky, less code, which is not standard, and it makes it standard so that the browser can read it. So for now, let's get rid of this. And on my Figma here, so this guy is going to be U. So that's going to be the background. And when I hit save, there it is. Height and width. That is pretty tall. What is making this so tall? Oh, it's this image. That's right. I have to remove this image. Oh, you know what? I ran into this problem too. So when you have an image here that you're not loading on mobile, it's still going to load. So we actually need to grab. This is a neat little trick that I figured out. So we're going to take this. We're going to take this image. We're going to put it back here in a picture element, and here you go. So that's landing mobile. So what's going to happen here is, we still have an image tag, even though we have display none, because the HTML is going to load first, and it's going to load this image, whether or not it's display none or not. So what I have to do is serve it up an incredibly small image so that it's like 1 kilobyte wide, that it loads, and then it will have no impact on my page speed. So we're going to take landing. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to rename this to landing-m. And I'm going to make this, it's going to seem so stupid. I'll make this 1 pixel wide by 1 pixel wide. Landing M. Yes. That's my landing M. At a whopping 244 kilobytes. And when I compress that and turn that into a WebP, that's going to get even smaller. So, and that shouldn't be that big anyway. It's got to get compressed. Like, let me see when I compress this thing. Compressor.io. See, it's like, this is gigantic. Oh, but it's still, why are you still, oh, bytes, 373 bytes instead of kilobyte. Yeah, see, that's small, right? Like that. That's like the size of a small SVG. So we save this. Not even a kilobyte. And we convert that to WebP. So that's what we're doing there. It's going to load that really small image first, so that doesn't impact our page speed scores. And then it's going to delete itself. So right away we get our before. Let's remove this image. So picture, we can target the picture element, display none. There you go, that picture element is gone. This is out of here. So now I can bring this back, display block. So you see it takes up, it's attached to its parent, which is, it's being born out of the landing. So this positions itself relative. See, we have to put position relative to the landing. Anytime you have an absolutely positioned element, its parent container needs to have position relative so that it knows where it's anchoring itself off of. It's basically saying, are you my daddy? And this guy's position relative, he's like, yeah, totally, man. But you gotta, you're in my house now. You gotta work, you're living under my roof. And this section here, this is its roof, right? So that's essentially what absolute and relative positioning. So anytime you have an absolutely positioned image, position relative on the parent or the parent container, so that it positions itself based off of the rules of its parent. It's just following the rules. It's like, where can I go? Where can't I go? Where's the line? So we have this. Now what I'm going to do is, it's a z-index issue. It's on top of everything. I want to go -1. And I'm going to put a z-index on the landing. Otherwise, it's going to go behind the body. So when we put a z-index of 1, this basically puts it on top of the body. And then when this is -1, it just sits behind it. This will sit just behind the landing, but just above the body. And you're starting to see what's happening here. I'm going to do a height of, I don't know, 200 by 20. See, and there's that. And I'm doing this 20M because that's the font size of the body on desktop. And that's why I'm using less. And that's how I create the M values. So I have my pixel value, and then I divide it by the body font size to get my M's. So this would calculate to 10M is what this would be. So this is 10M tall, but I'm calculating it here. So this is my pixel value, and this is my desktop body font size, and that's how everything scales. So now that I got that, I'm going to get this. My picture's none. Let's go H1, and that's going to be a. This is 72. So I'm going to do a function or a min max. So go up here, I'm going to grab this. This is just my less. This is less syntax. So essentially, ignore the tilde and the quotes. This is what it is. So I'm setting the font size to be based on the view width so that it can scale with it. Now 72 is the font size. So if we divide 72 divided by 20, which is the base pixel size, that's 3.6 M. So we're going to go 3.6 M. So it's going to be dependent on the width of the screen, but it will stop growing once its value reaches 3.6 M, or 72 pixels. So when we do this, okay, now it's like really small. So let's bump this up to like 10. There we go. So we bumped it up to 10. It fits the screen. And watch this. When we grow the screen, it's going to grow with it, right? So that's pretty neat. And then eventually it'll stop at 72. So we're going to go back to our 20. And now that we have this, I think I'm going to make this taller, 260. Right, and then the landing, I'm going to need some padding because I'm going to make this position absolute eventually. So let's just do padding top of 150 divided by 20. Everything's going to be divided by 20. That's the magic number. Everything is divided by 20. And unless we redeclare the font size, which I will go over later. So I want to fix this. I want to get this to be resting on top like it is here, right? It's sitting on top. So we're going to go, I have to, root. I want to compile it and watch root. So we're going to go into our root CSS. And I think this is the mobile wrapper. So let's go in here, mobile wrapper. So we're just going to look for the mobile wrapper. And here it is. So we don't want a background. We don't want a border bottom. So let's remove that border, save. Okay, so we're talking to the right one here. Now you have the position absolute. And since we're doing position absolute, you have to set its width to 100% because it doesn't have an inherent width. we do that. Now it's sitting on top, right? And this background needs to come off. So now you can see that it's on top. And that's what I want. So now I got to move over this image. So I think mobile nav, you are center. So let's change you from justify content to center to flex start. And that will push you over here. And this is loading the old one. So let's change that. There we go. So that's the logo black. Now this is starting to shape up now. We got to move this dark mode button over now because it's too close to this button. So here's our nav bar button, or our dark mode button, and its top is 2M, and it's on dark root style. So I gotta watch this one now. Dark root, compile. All right, so now it's watching all 3 files. So I gotta go to my dark root, my root styles for dark mode, and we're gonna look at top dark mode button, and we're gonna drop you up. Let's go 60. Let's go 90. And that looks like a good spot. Okay, so we're gonna close you. And close you for now, and then drop back up to 75. So now you can see this starting to come together now. But you see the problem here is like when this grows, this leaves the container of because this has to stay in here, right? So this is one of the fun things about trying to do mobile without a mobile design, is just trying to figure it out how to make it work on the fly. And you're gonna find this in the future, in your future job. You might have to take a desktop design and convert it to mobile. So as painful as this might look, or try to watch, as painful it is to try and watch, sometimes it feels slow, but this is the process. So if I want, because it covers both of these, and then it goes this lighter color, and actually it looks like that lighter color is like our main body. It's not gonna let me choose. So I'm gonna click this, paint, paste, edit colors. Okay, so it's 249, 248, 244. All right, 984. Okay, that's my hex value. That's how I find them. So now we're gonna go root. We're gonna find my body and background. There we go. Now our body has that background color. So now let's focus on this. So let's get the H2 going so I can just look at it together. So H2, you're going to be 24. So font size 24 divided by 20. My line height is 1.5-ish. So line height, it's 152%, which is like, it's 1.52 M. 1.52 M. So think of like 1M as 100%, and then 152% is 1.52M for line. That's how it works for line height, not everything. Letter spacing is 0.05 M. And this is railway. Oh, we gotta do font family. Oh, so maybe I don't have to do quotes. Yeah, that was my mistake. There we go, fixing that. Okay, so we got a font. It's railway. Oh, we're gonna do font weight of 400 regular. Okay, let's just see the contrast. Okay, 15 point. Yeah, we got a check mark, so we're good there. Okay, so this is what our H2 is gonna look like. It needs 58 pixels underneath the H1. So H1 margin bottom 58 divided by 72, and that's where things change. So like the font size of this is like 72 pixels. So we redeclare the font size basically. So when we do our margin, we have to do it underneath that new declared font size. So like this declared font size, this is 24 out of 20M. Now all of these other M values are going to pull their M value from 24 instead of 20. So like if I wanted to do a margin bottom of 10, it would be 10 divided by 24. And that's the only like real kind of complicated thing about my my little system here using M's, is that you have to read when you redeclare a font size on something, on like a text or a heading or a span or a link, all of the other things now get divided by that number. Okay, instead of that body font size of 20. So that's the only caveat. The README file in my starter kit explains this in depth and how everything works. So now we got this. I think, you know what is this? 46. So let's just say, instead of doing this calculation, let's just do font size 46 20, and that means this will be divided by 46. That might be too small. Let's do 55. I think that's better. That's bolder. So this is going to be divided by 55 now. Okay, because I want this before. I want it to be in the same spot, and if the H1 keeps growing, it's just going to keep pushing things away from it, and nothing is going to stay inside this box. So I'm going to do 460, 560. Okay, so there we go. That goes under there. So our H2 is going to have a margin bottom of 104. 104 divided by 24M because of the font size. Oh, and this guy's in the way, so we have to. That's right. I want to position this guy. So you are this one. Do you have a class? Landing image. Okay. So I'm going to do. I'm just going to position absolute you. Okay, so now you're out of the way. So this is what it looks like now. And I have my body to be smaller on mobile. I think I'm just going to change that. Because like on mobile, I set the body to 15. There you go, 17 pixels, but that also makes my button smaller. So I think I'm just going to remove that from mobile, because that's how it scales everything now. This is 129, so where's my button? Oh wait, I need to declare font size. There's no font size on this. It's 16. If I don't declare on the body, they're going to pull the font size from the HTML, which is 16 pixels. So I have to set it here to be 20. There we go. Now they're full size. Okay, so that means I got to make this smaller. That's going to be divided by 45. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so yeah, let's style our buttons now. They're going to be 18 and enter. So that's going to be our button solid, which is right here. So they're going to be a font size of 18. Great. Enter. Arial for the fallback. And a min width of 233. And then a line height of 60 divided by 18. And we got this green, that's going to be our primary, so let's change primary to be this green. And we get a border radius of 5 pixels. Do we have a border radius on here? It's 3, yeah, 5. And there's the button. See, I don't think we need this image. I don't think we need it. It's just extra, it's superfluous. So let's just get rid of this. So now we're gonna hide you on mobile. See, this is starting to shape up. This is how I'm gonna make it look like on mobile. When we grow it, so we run into this problem. Oh my, this is an even worse problem. So, because I reduced, okay, so I just want this section to be smaller. You know, maybe I gotta put that on the body. It's gonna make this, when I change it, everything's divided by 20. So on mobile, when I change it to 17, everything scales down with it. So that fits a little better. I make it smaller. See, that's where it fits better. See, 18 pixels. See, this looks better. I'm just thinking how I want to do that. So if I remove this, I keep this here, but I put it on the landing, so it pulls the font size from the landing and not the body. Change that to 15 pixels. That will just make this section smaller. And I want to have their max width. So my H1 and H2 max width of 350 divided by 45M, which is what we've chosen. Take this max width 350 divided by 24 instead. And let's make this a little bigger. Okay, because I want them to stay the same width because this is kind of dependent on them staying the same size, right? So we got that. Or you know what? Because this, I mean, okay, we got to think about this. This is a clothing manufacturer. we need an image, but so if I can fit the image, what if I just put it here and overlap, or just even like here, you know, like do one of those. I think this needs to be smaller. Let's make that smaller. Right, it's all part of the process, guys. You're going to make changes. You're going to make audibles. Okay, so we got our picture element. You are down there. It doesn't have a height and width, so we have to set its height and width. Section our move view. We got to actually create an actual landing mobile. So let's just do. I think 500 is kind of as big as we need it to be. So then, if landing your 660, so picture it's going to be width of 660 by 20, height of 797 by 20m. So we got that. Absolute. So then we need to take this code that I wrote to make the image turn into a background image. So object fit cover is the magic thing here. We're going to absolutely position it inside of the picture element. Okay, there's the picture element. Where's the image? It's pulling it. Oh, well, no. So object fit cover. Okay, so something isn't working. Here's the picture element. I'm just planning this out now because I gotta change something. Display block. Scale it down. Okay, so that's where it should fit. For some reason, the image isn't coming up. Oh, I see. Stupid. All right, take this off because it's display none. Duh. Okay. Okay, so there's that image. So now let's do a top of, let's position it from the bottom of the hero. Bottom 0, and then right -20. So there's that. And I want to make it taller. So let's. So there's the image. Let's just change this to 20. Or no, make this divide by bigger numbers, 27. There, that'll make that smaller. And we can make this bigger. So right away, this is already starting to look a little better. I think we just have to take the this before down a little bit. There, that's a little better right there. Take this. Let's just make this taller. And a little wider. And let's make it overlap a little more. Jeez, it's still getting crowded. Push it over a little bit, a little more. And let's push everything down. Let's get this stuff out of the way. Do I like it? I don't know. Like, this is just not, this isn't working. I need to position this differently. My wife is asking me when I may be done soon. Okay, so I'm going to do a neat little trick here so that it stays right here. This is turning out to be a little more tricky than I thought it was going to be, because I'm adding this stupid image in here because I think it's a good idea for some stupid reason. And this has to come up more. Screw it. Let's just give it more padding on top. 90. That should be enough. Let's see, 20. I'm gonna have to make that button smaller. I don't like this. 90. I'm just looking at this, and do I feel happy with this? Like how did I make this before? I'm sorry. This is looking like it's taking forever, but it's like this is the creative process. If I make this come up, maybe right here, and it overlaps. I mean, we're not even. Are we really getting anything visually from this? Because it's just an empty. It's just empty. Like that, but behind it. Anyway, I can see that. And the other option, I think I have a better idea. I think I know what I'm going to do now. I think I got it. Okay, so let's get rid of this max width, because when this gets bigger, I don't want it to, go away. So let's. I think I have an idea of how I'm going to make this work. This is a little more intricate than I thought it was going to be, so I'm spending more time on this than I wanted to. So we're going to do this again. That was 9. Yeah, it was 9. And your width is going to be like 70%. There we go. So that you only occupy that much. Hopefully it grows. You can be bigger. 7, 9. It's getting a little bigger. 10. Okay, so now we got that overlapping. We got that sitting there. Now let's make this before. Instead of being top 0, let's do bottom of 100. So instead of being dependent on the top, and when these things grow bigger, they overlap. If these things grow bigger, they're pushing the bottom down. So if I position based off the bottom, see right there? So when these things get smaller, they take it with it. And I think this H2 is, yeah, we got to change this. This is, it's going to be 20. So you see how it's pushing it again? So if we go back to 320, let's make this a little smaller. Yeah, just a little smaller. And let's bring this up a little more. Too much. Yeah, 110. So it's going to stay at this line. So this bottom stays the same. Now when we grow, because this thing's at 70%, so it'll always be like just right here. This thing's growing with the width of the screen because of the view width. So that 10 view width units, and it's stopping when it reaches its 72 pixels. This is also set to a width of in view width units, or in M units, and it's being scaled with the font size. So this is growing with the screen. And this is 412. Let's make this 65. Just a little smaller. So you see the responsiveness that's happening when we go from 320. This is what we're trying to go for. We're trying to go for complete responsiveness. See, everything is growing. Everything is growing. But you know what? You see this? The before is not high enough. So let's just make this 1,000. Screw it, right? And it's just going to be clipped up here. Okay, so that's going to grow. And you see as this is growing, this is growing, this is still staying the same here. That's what we want. That happens when we position it from the bottom, because it's not getting pushed around. So like where these are getting bigger, they're pushing down and pushing down. So if it's based on the top and the down is going farther down, it just stays at the top and doesn't move with it. So we have to push it to the bottom. So here's the bottom. And we push it up 110 pixels so that when these grow, they push down. This is still getting pushed up by the same amount. So I think this is fine. We're still within the same spirit of the home page right here, minus this guy. So if we keep growing, I think at 5, I think that's acceptable. See, I don't like this. This is called an orphan, where you have one word by itself on a line. You don't want that. So when does that start? That starts at, let's say, 580, 579, 577. Okay, 8, 9. Okay, 579. So we're going to create another media query. .579 pixels. And we're landing. And it's going to be H1. And we're going to take that same formula, and we're just going to reduce it. Instead of being 10, make it 9. 579. Here we go, make it 8. We make it 8, and it goes back to one line. Let's make it 7. Make it a little smaller. Okay. That's fine. I kind of like how this one's also going on top over here. It makes it a little more dynamic, maybe, I think. Let's grow it a little bit. Okay, so now we're starting to reach the length of our container. The max width is 672 pixels. So we get a width of 65%. Let's do it. And then a max width of 672 divided by 24. So this will stop growing at 672, which is what we want. Okay. I think this is different. This is unique. From a tablet perspective, having this image coming all the way to the top. I wonder. Because landing, I think right about here. Let's do 768. So I think I have a font size of 14 pixels on my landing. Let's do font size inherit. All right, when we do inherit, now we're pulling the font size. It's inheriting its font size now from the body, which is 20 pixels. Which, great. Yeah, because I didn't like how it was like cut off here and Neotex is over here and this was like right here. So I instead changed the font size to be inherent. So instead of being 14 pixels, now it's inheriting the body font size, which is 20. And it's just growing, it's just popping everything where they need to be. And yeah, I actually kind of like this image being over here like this. This is pretty neat. Like going over the top and having this here. I might move this over here. But yeah, I like that. Okay, so let's drop out. So now we're looking at this section 768. As we grow it, everything else is growing with it. Okay, so that's where we get our nav bar. I think right until we get our nav bar, I think I think once we get to our nav bar, I think that's when we have to start doing this. And then everything else will be, positioned as it should. So I can position this from the top. Okay. So let's go to 1024. And this is an interesting one, right? So right away, our big problem here is this nav bar, so we gotta go fix that. I think that background is coming from the body. Yeah, so let's get rid of that. And is this relatively positioned now? Yeah, I think it's just relatively positioned. So we need to look at our nav bar at 1024. Oh, it's fixed. Do we have a background on it? Why is there a? Oh, we got it right here. Okay, so there's that. We don't need the box shadow. Okay, so we got that. Let's remove the links that we don't need. We don't need a portfolio. So we got home, about, process. No testimonials right now, and contact. So those are our 4 pages. And right now this guy is positioned very interestingly. Let's say 180. Okay, so width is 180 and height needs to be 57. There you go. Now it's centered. Just trying to figure out how tall this needs to be. I think it needs to be 153. That should do. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Let's do a search for Roboto. Okay, there's no more Robotos. Good. Okay, I was just making sure. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, we gotta get rid of that. That's gonna be right away. I just wanted to fix that. I know that was in there. I know that was hiding in there. So I don't think we can fit it very well. Let's keep this to the right. Let's zoom out. Now, okay, 1024. So I think what I'm going to do is keep this. Just drop this down. do font size inherent. That's how big it needs to be. Seems like a lot. So let's just do let's do half. What is it? 660. Let's just do 400. Height of like 800. Like 500. Let's just make up an image size like that. And then let's get rid of its bottom positioning by setting it to auto, and then top 100. Let me see. 165. That's how far it needs to be from the top. So that means our nav drop it down about 20. There we go. That looks about right. We're gonna fix this nav. I just want to make sure I get this. Now our before. So our before comes before our picture. I'm gonna try and do all of these exact now. 666. And now we can do reset the top value to auto. No, bottom. And then we can do top 0 now, so we can start from the top. And margin top, so this has a padding top of 283. Or no, this has a padding top. Okay, and then our H1, I'm just going to reset. I'm just going to set its value of font size to be 72 divided by 20. Okay, that's how big it's supposed to be, and we're still, it's not exact. Oh, dinner's ready. Okay, I'm going to try and wrap this up. So let's just change this height to 600. So that, you know, it breaks. There we go. Okay, so we got that breaking. I think I can just make it before a little higher. There you go. I just like that better. All the spacing should be accurate. I'm just going to take a break here. I'm getting chewed out because I'm not chewing. So I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm going to get back to this. We're going to finish this homepage. This was an interesting landing section, and I think we have a lot to learn from it. From just trying to figure out how we make something like this, a complicated nav design or a landing design like this. How do we translate it to mobile? And I think this is a great lesson showing that. We're going to bring this guy back into the picture too. So I'm going to go eat my pizza. I'm going to show face to the family and remind them that I love them, and then I'll get back to work. So it'll just be a quick cut. So yeah, thanks for following along. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So we got, this is, we're at 1024, and I think this is fine. So we're going to grow it. That's where our container stops. at 1100. What's our container in here? So we got to figure out a container. Looks like that's one edge, and that's the other edge. So this is 14 wide. So then landing, okay, before, next is going to be container, max width, 14 divided by 20m. There we go. And I think I got to set a max width to this H2 so it stops growing at a certain point, which, let's get rid of this. It should be a max width of 1057. So max width 1057 divided by 72m, which is the new font size. All right, there you go. So it stopped. That's where it stops. That's where we want it to. We're about 1248 now. What's bothering me is this gap doesn't feel right. This is 58. That's 92. Why? Why is that 92? See, now that's better. How tall is this supposed to be? 666. Let's remove the padding from here. We don't need a padding. For some reason this is not in the middle, so I think I'm just going to have to adjust it. I'm just eyeballing it right now. There we go. That's about in the middle. No, we don't want that. Yeah, if I'm going to try and be true to the design, I'm going to be true to the design. 66. So that means this margin bottom is not accurate. Because this is 20, when it should be 24. This is 1024. Okay, so let's look at this. This is... So this looks alright. Let's fix that H2. Yeah, when we do that, the spacing gets fixed. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit. And that's alright. Let's just do a width of like 60%. Bring that in a little bit. And then we're going to grow it. And it grows until it's supposed to hit its max width of 672. Why are you, let's see, 672. Interesting. So why are we getting an orphan still? Let's just make it bigger. 92. And do it. 712. Weird. Okay. 40. There we go. Okay, so it's still, yeah, it's breaking right there, so that's cool. That 60% is holding strong. And the wife is calling me. Just a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So we're going to keep growing. This looks fine. 1200. 1300. I think 1300 is another one that we need to jump in because this text needs to be overlapping it. So is that right? 0. So now we're gonna just change its width. It's too big. I'm just eyeballing these widths here until we get to a point where I can make them exact. So that's fine for now. And that's what's nice about using the when we use the picture element and then we set the image inside to be position absolute and object fit cover, so it covers it. I can make this picture element whatever size I need it to be, and the image will just fit to cover the entire height and width of its container, which is the picture element. So I can adjust these widths as I need, and my image just it doesn't stretch, it just proportionally fits whatever container it is in. So this works for this. Now when we grow, I see what's happening. So now we got this problem. So I think I need to set. Okay, so what is it? Let's just reset. Let's go back to 660 and 797. So this is how big it's supposed to be. It's coming down a lot. Okay. Okay, so you notice here's an issue with absolute positioning. So you see this is on the edge right here when I put right 0, but I have this container and it's not supposed to, like you see on the blue edge over here, that should be where right 0 is, and it's not doing that. So I know why, and it's because I did not put position relative on the container. It is basically, so it doesn't have a position relative on the container, so it's going to the next thing up, which is the landing section. And if landing doesn't have position relative, it'll go to the body. And so it's positioning itself to the body, which is the edge of the screen, right 0. So if we have container and we give it position relative, now you see this is going to be position relative to the container. So now right 0 is now the edge of the container, but that means that its top value has changed as well. So let's see, is now top from the is now, instead of being top from here, it's top from the top of the container. So if this is the top of the container, it needs to go up 118. So now we need to go top negative 118 by 20. So it needs to go up from its container. It used to be positioned from the body. This is where top 0 was, so it was like top 100 and whatever, right? And it just pushed it down. But now this, when we put position relative on the container, it's now absolutely positioned relative to the container, whose top value is 0 is right here, because this is the top of the container where 0 is. So now we're positioning off of the container, going 118 pixels up, which is what this is telling us to do. This is the top of the container, and we're just moving it up. So there's that. And it's like, was it 1395? Okay, 1300 is where we do that switch, which I think is fine. At 1300, let's give that H2 50%. 45. There you go. Because I want only this is supposed to overlap, and this is not supposed to overlap. So I'm trying to maintain that aspect of the design. And as we go out, I think we're reaching the limit here. That's 1414. 1400. I'm going to make another one at 1400, and I'm going to reset that H2 to be 55. Because it's not, you see, it's like 50% is of the container is 621, and I need it to be bigger than that. So let's get rid of this. So we just need a landing H2 at 1400. There we go. Just so that it'll be its two-liner. And for whatever reason, it's 100. Why is this? This is 666. Just figuring out why this is not. Is that supposed to be how it's supposed to look? It's supposed to be like not proportional. So it's supposed to be 104. That's supposed to be 283. And landing is padding top is 14.5 m. So if we multiply that by 20, 14.15 times 20, that would be 283. And that's what this is, 283. So why are you 58? Because that's too close. So I'm just going to do an audible and do a margin bottom. Let's do 60 divided by 21. Or, sorry, 110. Let's try 115. I just want to make that button, like this space, should be about that. I think I need to go a little more, 120. For whatever reason, it's not wanting to be perfect the way I want it. So right here, $1,300 is where that, we do that. It looks like I'm just going to make the before up a little bit. Is that 1,300? Yeah, I'm just going to make the before come up. That's 1,300. And at 14 is where I want to do it. So landing before height 650 instead of 666. We're going to bring that up a little bit, and that looks fine. I'm going to live with that now. Okay, so now what we have, we're getting closer to our final form. We are at, so you want to go up here, at about 1450 or so is where our container gets to be 1414, which is what it's supposed to be. This image is pushed to the right. These guys are pushed to the left. And now we're just missing this little guy here. So why does this look like it's supposed to be smaller? that's where it's supposed to be. Railway, okay, it's supposed to be railway. I'm just trying to figure out what is making this stretch. Is it the letter spacing? Okay, maybe that was it. I think it's supposed to be 0.005. Okay, and now we're going at I want to say at 1500. is where we're going to add that other little image here. So let's collapse that. I know we're getting a little extra media queries, but this is one of those landing image. It's just one of those complicated. It looks simple, it really does, but all these damn moving parts make it difficult to make it responsive. So let's do display block, position absolute. Okay, you're down there now. And I need to position you. Here's how I'm going to figure it out. So this is the top of the container, right? Right here. So I'm going to put a little box. That's the top of the container. So you're going to be 300 from the top, divided by 20m. And this is the other edge of the container, and that's 572. And left of 572 divided by 20m. And let's remove this. Let's save and see if it goes perfect. Nope. Because that's what it should be doing. Oh, that's because I was going from here. It should be from here. So that's 676. And when we do that, it looks like that is exactly where it's supposed to be. And we got to set its height and width in the code. 163 by 63 width. 163 divided by 20. It's 163 divided by 20. And there we go. I don't like how blurry that is. I might get that made as an SVG. So it's a little more clear. But okay, that's the landing section. Now let's focus on getting this nav bar right. So right now this nav bar also needs to have the same container. So nav bar menu looks like it's going to be right max width. There we go. So we got to go to the nav bar menu at 1024. And there's our 1024. Here's our nav bar menu. Max width is going to be 1414. And there's that. And now it looks like we have a call to action. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. All right, so navbar. This is our navbar menu. Sign menu. Are you? Let's see. It's navbar. Display flex. So we got a navbar as a flex. So if we do justify content center, okay, that doesn't do anything. The side menu has a flex on it, so let's try that. Side nav. So we have flex end. Let's try center. Okay, so that's gonna, there we go. So that puts that in the center. And now I need to add this call to action button. So where do I put it in the HTML? This is our side menu. So that means I gotta put it right here. That means I gotta remove contact us from here. It's gotta go over here. So do I want to break it out of the UL and just put it as a separate button over here, so that I can position it easier? Okay, so that's nav or menu. This is on top. So if this doesn't have, there's another way around this. So if this UL does not have position relative on it or position absolute, so this is another, okay, I have an idea. This is another trick using position absolute and relative. So because I know that position absolute will try to position itself off of its nearest parent that has position relative. If I don't have a position on the UL, then it will go to the next container, which is the side nav, right here. So if I don't have, let's see if side nav, does it have a position on it? So right now it's position absolute. So it has a position. So that means this, if I set this nav item to be position absolute and right 0, it will go to the right of the side nav instead of the UL. So I'm going to call this one contact button. And we're going to add a button solid on it so that it turns into a solid button. Okay. And I'm going to have to go into the side nav down here, because when we go to mobile, it's gigantic. So I'm going to have to fix that. So side nav UL. Okay, it looks like this button is in the way anyway. Margin top, we're going to do 150. Nope, 100. Oop, that's too much. 70. 90. I'll take it. So we got to make this button smaller. So side nav, UL, LI. Let's close out this A. So I'm going to do it's going to be side nav, and it's going to be the button solid. So if there's a button solid class in the side nav, do width of okay, so now we got our, it's automatic, so since it's display inline block, it's just going to be however wide it is. So we need to add some padding so that we can push from the inside to make this wider. So padding, 0 top and bottom, and let's do 20 left and right. I think it should be contact us. And let's give it a little more. Let's do 30. Cool. Okay, so now we know. Well, shit, hold on. I know what happened. Oh, okay, so when I made... You see what's happening here. The hamburger menu's not here anymore. So mobile wrapper. Let's make this 10,000. There we go. So now, okay, I had to make it appear above this. So, okay, so that's good. And I think the client wanted the nav bar to stay up here. So what we're gonna do while we're here, this is gonna be fixed. That way, see how it stays there? But you see, it's like on top of the content. So, what we're gonna do, I have to grab it from one of my other sites. Where did I do it? I think it was Caselli. Do I have it on here? I'm looking for scroll. There we go, scroll.js. So this is the JavaScript that will add a class to the body on scroll. So this is just what this is doing is it's looking for a scroll event. So when you scroll, and if scroll is greater than 100 pixels, so when you scroll 100 pixels, we're going to take the body and we're going to add a class of scroll to the body. And if not, so when we scroll back up and our scroll is less than 100, we remove the class. So that's how it removes itself. So we're going to take this code, and we're going to add it. Actually, why add it? I can just, don't save. I can just add it to the bottom of this. I was having problems adding it to my main JavaScript file, so let's just add it down here. Script. Okay, so now we got it loaded in our script. So what we need to do now is, this is our navigation. I'm just going to put it right up top here. So body.scroll, or let's see, body. Let's add a before element. Why am I doing this when I can just copy and paste it? So I'm going to add a bar to come in on the scroll. This is what we're going to do. So it's going to be white. It's going to be 100 pixels, so 100 divided by 20 with 100%. The index of 1 and the index of 1. So I go my body. Where's my... Okay, you're right here. Is it this -1 that's killing me here? It's there. It's not on top. Okay, so 100's too big. Let's do 80. 70? I think 70 is good. Okay, so that's what our bar is going to look like. Right now we have it where we want it. Oh, never mind. Let's put it on the sidebar. I think we got to put it on the sidebar, or we just put fixed. It'll stay. Yeah, all right. We can just fix it. And you see here, let's see. Does the body have a background color on it? No. What was that background color? We put it on one of them. Did we not? I thought we did. Okay, so we're just going to do it here. So I think we remember that whatever this color was. Which frame are you? Here we go. Background. Okay. You see this? I don't like this. I think we need a box shadow. So what I'd like to do is, let's see, box shadow. Where's it at? Here we go. 93 beautiful box shadows. So I just go to this. I use this service a lot. I don't want it to be too harsh, like this or this, but I don't want it to be too thin. Oh my god, this is bad. I typically use 1 and 0, so I'm going to use 0. This is copied. And on here, we're going to add a box shadow. And there's our box shadow. You see it's subtle, but it helps separate the nav bar. So what we're going to do now is we have this set up now. So this is our before, and when the scroll class is on the body, I want my at before to be height of 100%, or no, sorry, height of 70 divided by 20m, and we're going to make this 0. Just in case, I want pointer events on, so that the cursor can't even touch it. It won't interfere with anything. So I got a background there. So right now it's at a height of 0, and we're going to do a transition of height 0.3 seconds. And when you do 0.3 seconds without any ease or ease in and out, it's just going to be ease by default. So when we scroll down, when we scroll, the body should get the, you'll see a scroll class on here, and then that's when this kicks in. So when this scroll class is on the body, the before will change its height from 0 to 70. Let's see. And there it is. See, and when we go back up, since it's now less than 100 pixels scrolled, it goes back so that we can still maintain this look. So when we scroll down, there it is, and it stays just like that. Nice and easy. Well, let's just make sure it stays on top of everybody. Cool. Okay, and that's that. That looks, yeah. It's not that hard. You know, feel free to borrow this custom JavaScript down here. Again, this is just, we're setting an event listener for scroll with the I'm not great at JavaScript. I just know you had to put this E for the event with your arrow function, and then const. We set a variable that is not going to change. That's why I use const, and we call it scroll, and we grab it. Document element dot scroll top. So if scroll is greater than or equal to 100, and grab the body, add a class. Otherwise, we grab the body and remove the class. I think scroll top, is that a method? Because I don't see that anywhere else. But this is it. This is all you need to get that class working on scroll. So feel free to copy this if you want for your own projects. And now that we did that, let's so now we're on here. For whatever reason, why are you here? You should not be here. So another body with okay. I don't know why this before is here. How are you getting here? To body before. Oh, that's because at 1024 we have this. which we don't need. Now when we scroll, there we go. Okay. So this is 1024, so I think we need to change the height of the guy. And scroll, and the before height now will be, I don't know, 20, whatever looks right. Okay, this appears to be centered. So then I'm going to take this side nav. I'm just going to work in small steps here. So we got to do our side nav again. What's the height on this guy? 47. So your line height can be 47 divided by 18, which is the font size. And what is your font size, by the way? Okay, 18. So yeah, we had to shrink that guy down a little bit. And your color is going to be white. Okay, and you're still bolded. Okay, now on desktop, on side nav, here's our UL again. Here's our A, but our button solid, I'm going to make you position absolute right of 0. Okay, so this is telling me the nav bar, this has position on it somewhere. Let's see where it's at. That's right, I put it on, I put this on the A. I need to put it on the link. So I want the LI, the whole LI. Okay, so it's not going to be button solid, it's going to be dot contact button. So now this is position absolute and right, but it looks like it's still pulling it from the because it's still positioned to the right. That means this UL has a position on it. Position initial. Let's see, what are my options for position? Fixed, relative, static, inherit. Can I use unset? My position initial. No, let's do unset. It appears it doesn't want, a list item does not want to leave its UL. So there goes that idea. Okay. So then I need to do it. I need to figure out another way. I guess that means I have to take this out of the UL. So contact us is not in there anymore. It's going to be, let's see, the side menu. It's going to be on the nav bar. And maybe I can put it in the sidebar because it's pulling its style from being inside the sidebar. If we do that, and then class. So now it's pulling to the right, just like we want. Let's push you over so that you're not touching the little guy there. And how do I want the active state to be, actually? We don't really, doesn't appear we have an active state here. I think this website benefit from being simple. I don't think we need a big wide. We don't need something like this. So this is a before. This is a pseudo element on the active class. So I think let's check flat icon. I'm wondering, like I did for another client. I wonder if I make the needle, if there's a cool needle. Yeah, something like. That's something I can work with here. If I use something like this, let's grab our color. We're gonna edit the color. I use flat icon for all of my SVGs. So you can just, when you get Pro, you can do this. You can change the color and download the SVG. So when I take this, Neotex needle. So what I'm going to do now instead, so we have a before. I'm going to put an image in the before. So we're going to use background image in a pseudo. We're going to use this code, and we're going to do images. So it's going to be the needle. So /needle SVG. It's going to contain whatever the size of this is. So I need. Let's just do 100 by 100 for now. What size is this? 18. What size are the nav items in here? 18. Cool. So we're just gonna do 100 because I'm gonna have to. It's a square. See, it's in a little square. I have to rotate this thing. So let's just put it up here and see where it is. Okay, so where are you? Here's the active. Here's the before. Oh, here we go. I gotta put that there. So I put the pseudo element on all of the A's. See, like that. Okay, so that's what it looks like now. When you're trying to do hover animations, start with the end and then work back. So this is the start. So let's transform. Let's rotate 30 degrees. 45. Okay, so that's flat. Now let's make this smaller. Let's try 40. And my little trick for positioning myself, left 50%, transform translate X, negative 50%. So if you don't want to use flexbox on whatever item you're using, left, if you want to center on the x-axis, left 50, translate x negative 50. And since we're using two of them, we're using two transforms, we have to combine them. You can only use one. So that should center it horizontally. And top, let's go 10 divided by 18. So that's what that would look like. And I think that looks stupid. So let's find a different one. This one looks more elegant. Save that. And that's going to be needle. Let's rotate a little more. Looks a little better. Let's go a little more. The right. No, 45 goes to the right. I feel like I gotta push it more to the right. Now I think that just looks ugly. That's not gonna work. Let's find something else. Is there another option? You see what I'm trying to. You see what I'm going for, right? So maybe this is the one. Okay, so that means we got to remove our we got to rotate 90. Let's make this 50 and 50. I think it's a little more subtle. I don't think we need to be height of 50 though. 10, 20 should be enough, right? Nope, gotta be 50 apparently. Let's try 60. No, 55. A little more. 0 and 50. Okay, so I think I can live with that. I think I like that. It's more subtle. It's not as thick. So now what we want to do is we want to animate it. I want it to go. I want it to go from opacity 0 to opacity 1, so it fades in, and I want it to go from. I'm going to come in from the right and slice in. I want it to slice in from the right. So what we do. So now that we have what we want it to look like, I want to change its transform to go 30%. Let's go a little more, 20. So this is where I want it to start, right? Let's just do 0. Let's start over here, and let's turn your opacity to 0. That's cool. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So now, when we have our active menu, when that gets added, or it's a hover. Oops. And on hover, are at 4. Translate to -50, and your opacity is going to be 1. And we are going to transition. We have to do these individually. Our transform is 0.3 seconds, and our opacity is 0.3 seconds. Let's see if this works. That didn't work. Looks like it's wanting to rotate. Let's put rotate first. Let's see if that fixes the problem. Okay, so that's interesting. I wonder if it's because we're animating. don't get it. Why is this? That should be 0. Well, what if we make this 0? Screw it. Okay. Interesting. This is not exactly panning out how I wanted it to. Okay, so this is where it's supposed to be. Okay, that's where you're supposed to be. Interesting. So it doesn't look like I can do this. So instead of animating the transform, there we go. Instead of animating the transform, we're going to animate the left. So we can go 80. And then left 50%. So now it's going to be left. Oh, that's just stupid. Damn it. Why? I guess I can't. Maybe I can't use the opacity and the movement. Okay, transition left. This should have been pretty easy, but it is choosing to evade me. Okay, let's just leave everything the same. So why is it doing that? I don't have a transform on this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out exactly what's going on. We're going to hover on the li. Now you, okay, where are you getting your hover styles? A link before. Okay, it's doing its own damn thing is what it's doing. Ah, that is messing everything up. Okay. Oh, this should be easy. Why is this? Okay. Is there another one that I'm not looking at? So I hover over this again. Let's see what's going on. So if you hover, my before is not. It's not getting its opacity. Because it needs to be on the A link. I see what's going on here. Okay. It needs to be here. Let's take this. So that's only working on the active menu, which is here. So when I hover over this, since it doesn't have the active menu class, it's not working. So if I do a link, I attach it here. Where are you? Okay, this is just pissing me off now. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Where's my... It's not even saying there's a before on it. Oh, that's because I got to hover. I have to hover to get it. So that means I take you. Okay, so there's you. Why are you off-centered? You see this? It's supposed to be centered within the A, but it's not. Left 50%. Translate X negative. Maybe it's the translate. Maybe I have to put this first. Okay, yeah, that did it. So I had to translate it first and then rotate. Okay, so now we have this. Now we have our opacity at 0. And let's set this to 0. And then on hover, before, it's going to go opacity 1. And then we're going to translate negative 50. Oh, please, Lord. Okay, so let's remove. There it is. Now it's working. See it sliding in and out? There we go. Like it's about to thread a needle. Okay, cool. So we're going to, on hover, let's do var primary. All right, and on the active state, so our active button, we're going to create it. There we go. All right. So now we have our hover state. Cool. We have our center nav. When we scroll down, like I feel like I don't want to go any taller. Let's try 110. And then this navbar menu top. Zero. And let's do, actually, if we make them the same height, there we go. That feels better. Neotex, are you centered? Top 50%, translate X, negative 50. Yeah, it should be centered. Okay, so that's our navbar. There we go. Happy days. And that's how that works. Cool. So now let's go to 1500. Let's make sure everything works and looks appropriately. These guys are staying off on their end. We gotta contact us. The hover state works. That looks neat. Okay. This looks good. This looks good where it's at, but I gotta get a sharper SVG made of this by my other designer. This works. And I think this is exactly where everything needs to be. So we are as close to pixel perfect as we can. And you know what? So you got a little bit of room here. Has 49 pixels from the top. Doesn't look like 49. So what might look cool, let's go back to our nav bar. So here's our nav bar. And let's say we're 20 pixels from the top. That looks about right? So now our body on scroll.navbar top is 0. And for that to animate, we have to add a transition. So we're going to transition our top 23 seconds. So now, we can still have it lower, but when the body has the scroll class on it, when it has scroll, our nav bar is going to change its top value to 0, and it's going to move. It's supposed to move. Oh, nav bar menu. What is that? Is it a dash? Yeah. There we go. See that? Just a little more, interactivity. That makes it fun. Cool. Okay, so I'm happy with that. We got our nav bar on mobile and on desktop. We got our landing page. However much of a pain in the ass this was to do, it's done, and I'm satisfied with it. So now we're gonna fix this. We're gonna do this guy. So we're gonna go back to 320. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? This is coming. This is moving. I think you are gonna be on dark root. And your top dark mode button. Top dark mode button. And I think you're a little big. Actually, we don't need a background on you. Where's your before coming from? Okay, here we go. 0. Let's get rid of this before. We don't really need it. And we're going to do that. And then this is the buttons, the top dark mode button. Give you 5, 20. Yeah, 20. And then I'll give you a right of 50. I feel right. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, and then it needs to be fixed. So it stays. I think these are a little big. So let's go to our hamburgers. So these are done with pseudo elements. So I think what we need to do is try 5 instead of 10. Okay, so this is 0. Let's make these go top 5. Bottom 5, so it'll push in. Or do I change my hamburger box? Let's see. Actually, let's make this one. What is this? 30 hamburger inner. This is our before, and this is our after. So hamburger inner. Change that to 24. There we go, just to spicing it up a little bit, give us a little more variety. And let's make this box smaller. No, that's just making that smaller. Hamburger box. I mean, here's what we want. We want dot hamburger. All right. Well, just wondering if this is too bad. I'm trying to figure out how this is. Okay, so this is going to be hamburger spring hamburger hamburger inner before. Cool. Okay, so let's do. Oh, why that's not working? Interesting. Oh, maybe it's this. Nope. Here. There we go. I found you. Now let's find the other one. Okay, here we go. I think it's not a problem. This has to be interesting. So if I scroll down here, my menu stays at the top. So that means this has to be fixed as well. Navbar menu. Okay. There we go. That comes in. We gotta fix these. Hello? Choose the font size and that UL. It's too high. Side nav UL. Jeez. Okay, well. looks fine, and now we got our problem here. Let's do 10 divided by 20. Let's try 13. Okay, yeah, that looks appropriate. So now that stays. Cool. So when we go down here, and now do I want this to be on top? Is the index 10,000? So that means a mobile wrapper. 10,001. Do that. No, that's not, that doesn't do anything. Okay, that doesn't do anything. Let's see if looks like it's staying. These darn z-index issues. Okay, z-index of 2. I think that's what we gotta do. Navbar menu. 2, and then looks like we gotta push down that sidebar menu again. There we go. I think I like that better. And a dark mode button. Come on. Come on. Why aren't you? Oh, kill me now. So for some reason, it doesn't want to stay on top. So when we scroll, and these are, this is probably, this sucks that you have to watch me do this, but these are part of the problems that we run into as developers. And sorry I'm running into these problems with you, but this is, you need to watch me figure this shit out. So I'm wondering if the side menu needs to have a z-index. Or is it mobile wrapper? Okay, so if this is 2, and that works. But then this is, okay, so then navbar goes down to 1. Okay, I think because the button is inside the navbar. I think that's our fundamental issue here is this. This is inside the nav bar, right? And we want the nav bar to be underneath the mobile nav. When we do that, so this is the index issue because the dark mode button, it's not part of this, which is on top. It's part of this, which is always going to be underneath. So with that being said, I'm trying to think of my what if scenarios here. What if I do this? What if I do that? So I think if we remove this, then you stay right there. I think I have a solution. So instead of the before being on the body, what if I set it on the navbar menu? And I set its width to be like, I don't know, 2000 pixels. And I center it. Left 50%, transform, translate to X. I get 50%. No, because the navbar menu it makes so much more sense to have you up here, but it seems like I'll never be able to. And I need to put, if I do that, I need to put the button outside of the navbar. I need to put it in here. This is annoying. Okay, so we're gonna remove this. This isn't working. So maybe the other option, let's put a button up there. So let's call this one mobile dark. And this one, desktop dark. Because now we have two darks. So go to our dark mode. I think we're just going to start at the very beginning. Actually, let's make this an ID so it's more specific. And make this an ID. So then we have, so on mobile, so we're on 0 width. So I want desk dark display none. Okay. Looks like it's gone. Now, I'm going to copy this, and at 1024, you're coming back. That's right. mobile dark is going to do that. So it still toggles. That's what we want. And when we go to desktop, let's say 1300. Okay, it looks like you're not working. Cool. Since part of desk dark. Why aren't you working? Weird. Very weird. So it appeared to be working. Well, let's just see if I leave the mobile one. Well, that's not working either. Let's just get rid of this. And I guess we have to take it outside. Which I didn't want to do, but here we are. Where are you? Okay, I can't put it inside the mobile wrapper. Cool. Well, you're not in the mobile wrapper. Where are you, dark mode button? I know you're here. Oh, that's right, I got this one. Review. Doesn't appear to exist right now. What the? This is the most frustrating thing in the world right now. Feel free to skip part of this video until I get my shit together. Apparently. Let's see. So here it is on mobile. Stays on mobile. Stays and continues to work. But when we get to 1024, there's a problem. What happens at 1024? Is it this? There it is. It was that. Because now it's relative to the body. So 1024, this has to be fixed. And top is going to be 50 divided by 20. Let's push it down a little bit. Okay, let's give you a right of like 20. And up a little bit. Okay. We got that. So now you're going to grow, you're going to stay where you are, and then eventually at 1500, see, because it's positioned with the body, so I have to do my trick. So at 1500, this is my trick. So we're going to take top dark mode, and at 1500 pixels, going to be left of 50%. We're going to reset our right value to auto. So now that sets our left value, it puts it at 50%. And now what I do is because I want it to stay fixed in its position, but if I kept it to the right of the body, as the body goes farther to the right, so does the button, which I don't want. I want it to stay in this position. So I can't position it from the right. So I position it from the left 50%. And then I use margin to push it. Margin left. I use margin left to push it. So like when we do 500 pixels from the margin left, there it goes. It's underneath here, but it's 500 pixels from the center. So we set it to be left 50%, so it's in the center. And then we use margin left. You see that orange margin? We're pushing it from center. Let's give it 650. 700. Little much. So like, we want it to be on the edge. This is the container. So we want it to be a little over. So we're going to do 690. 85. And I think that's about right. Like if this is the edge, let me go over a little more. 82. Cool. So now you'll notice when I make the screen bigger, it's going to stay there. Instead of it being hugged to the right of the body, it's going to stay where it's at. And now I need to adjust for it. So see when everything moves up on the body, I have to do that again. On root, body 1024 right here. So on scroll, I want my .top navbar button. I want your top value to be 50. Yeah, about 40. So now we go to our top. And transition. There you go. So now see it? Now it moves with the nav bar. Okay. Oh, I think that's it. Okay, thank you. So here we go. 320. When we scroll down, dark mode stays up there. This stays here. This is on top. Beautiful day. Okay. So everything is working as it should. I'm gonna close that. This works. Beautiful. Okay. Now we're ready for the next section. So we're gonna get these logos all set up here. God, what that was! I'm so angry from that last section. So let me close that off. That part of our life is over now. So let's do these logos. Logos. So I think I want them to all be yeah, what, 7? So maybe, 2 by 2, 2 by 2, and like one at the bottom. So let's try that. And what we need to do though, so we have our image. Because they need to have a height and width set in ems so that when our body grows, like at 2000 pixels, I set the body to one view width so that everything that is tied to an M is tied to that view width unit, so that as the viewport grows bigger, that unit gets bigger, and those M's are divided by a bigger number, and that's what scales everybody. So I need to set all of my images, height and widths, individually. And nth. So I'm going to do nth of type 1, and I'm just going to do a width out of 20M, height out of 20M, and I'm going to copy and paste this 7 times. It's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and if they're not in M's, we can't scale them with the font size of a container. Like I'm going to scale them down from their normal size. So we got 122, 21, 2 is 122 and 30, 106 and 110. It's going to be 101, 24, 101, 24. Okay, 147, 24. 93, 69, and 164, 137. Oh yeah, I'll give you display block. And now what I'm going to do is on the logos, we're going to display flex, justify content, center, align items, center. All right, so when you do this, it wants to fit everything in a line. And what we're going to do is we're going to do flex wrap, and we're going to say wrap. So now they jump to the next line. And what we're going to do now is we're going to add margin around everybody. It's a little much. And then, because I don't like these are way too big. I'm going to scale them with my little font size, min, max, width. So you see how they're smaller now? Well, that's because I set them all on M's so that this font size works. C3. I think that works. But let's give everybody a little more margin though. 13, 15. Yeah, just push them away from each other a little bit. I like that. I think that's better. Why are these so big? Huh. Wondering. Like I want to bring them down a little bit, but it's do you have a height on you somewhere? Why are you there's no reason for them to be. Okay, line items are centered. Right. So let's add a margin bottom 0. Yeah, that'll bring them in a little bit. Let's just do 0 top and bottom. That'll bring them in a little more. And I think that should be fine. So now when we grow, see the images are getting bigger as the screen grows. That's that responsiveness I'm telling you about. When we set them all into M's and we use a view with port, because like the value that the M's are being calculated by, instead of being calculated by like 20 pixels, it's being calculated by an ever-growing number, so that the ratio keeps growing, and that makes them grow too. See, we're at 600. I think at 768, I think what we can do here is this is tablet. I think we can make them small. So let's make them smaller on tablet, so they all fit in one line. it's 1.4. Let's do 8. Okay, that spreads them out a little bit. Let's do 6. So I think we need more margin. So image, margin, top and bottom 0. And let's do 25 pixels left and right. So I think we got, it's supposed to be 93. Well, actually, let's give them a margin of 0. And instead, so they're all in here. I'm gonna do this. Justify content space between, so that they space themselves equally between each other, and they get spread out to the edges of their container, which I need to now set as a max width 96%, max width of 14, and margin auto. There you go. So what I did there, the logos, it's their own container. So I set it to be a max width of 96% so that we have some space on the outside here. And like they're matching up with the edges of these containers. And the margin auto is centering it. So you see the orange on the left and right? That means they're being centered. And it looks like I can make them a little bigger. They're not at the edge there, so let's do 98. A little much. Let's do 97. There we go. That should be 97.5. I want this to be. Well, actually, no. This freaking thing doesn't matter. This is what matters. 10 pixels. So let's just do width 100%. Alright. So I'm trying to match this one. But why is this? Oh, that's right. Because I am using the font size. So that means this is also. So if I remove, watch what happens. So like this padding is in M's, so it's dependent on its parent for the font size, right? So when I remove the M and just make pixels, it ignores it, and now it's 10 pixels. So I'm going to keep that there. I want it to stay 10 pixels, so it's the same margin, the same padding as this, so that they line up. So I'm setting it in hard pixels because I don't want it to be grabbing its value from the font, from the view width. I want it to stay 10 pixels. So now we're at 768. So what is their? It's like 74 from the top. So where are you guys getting your? So this landing, the margin bottom of 5M. So the way I'm going to do this, let's see. Okay, so this is the top, much like it's the top. That's right. Their heights and widths are. So that's why I got all. There we go. That's our. Okay, so that's our highest one. 164. Yeah. So that means it's got to be the top of this has to be 60 pixels away from the bottom of this, and this is right here. This is the top. So let's go to tablet. And let's make that line. I want to make this line up with the bottom here, and then I'm going to add 70 pixels to this margin value so that it is exact. Okay, so not 30, let's try 27, 26. And that is at the very bottom. So 26 plus 70, 96. And that's where they're supposed to be. So now we can remove our border. And they are now positioned exactly 70 pixels from the bottom of this. So that was my method right there on how to do that. So let's grow this, and you can see that these guys are just going to keep growing. until they reach their full potential. Now, it looks like our margin bottom so where did that start? $1,300. Let's go to our 1,300. Looks like we don't need this one. Our 1,300, our logos. Oh, that's right. It's not going to work because it's got to push down from here. So it looks like we're going to move this. Then on 1,300, we have to adjust our margin bottom. Let's add a border top to this again. That's the border. Now we're in 1,300. It's 100, so let's try 80. Close. 78. 76. And 75. 4. Money shot. Okay. So I need 74 plus 70. That's going to be 144. And that's what that's supposed to be. Let's move our border top. And just to make sure, yep, 14 is how wide we're supposed to be. And at 1,500, I have to remove that padding, I think. Or is it 14? Nope, 14 is still there. I think 15 is where I remove the padding. So let's take this. Adding there. There you go. And now it's perfectly lined up with that. And that's that section. Easy, easy. So now, this is already starting to come together so nicely. So now we're going to do this section. So we're going to start mobile. Right here. And let's just copy and paste this because we're going to need this a few times. This is going to be manufactured. Okay, now I'm looking at this. So I got, see, these two images are basically done the same. Do I have another instance of this? No. Nah, not necessarily. So yeah, I don't need to make this repeatable. But all of our H2s are going to be the same. So I want that. So let's go to our root. So all my H2, y'all are going to be 64 by 20M, line height of 1.3M. Whoops. And let's see how big this is. Okay, so that's gigantic. So we're going to have to scale them down like this. Now, 64 is where we want it to stop. So 64 divided by 20 is 3.2 m. So instead of stopping at 1, which is 20 pixels, it stops at 3.2, which is going to be 64. And let's just make this 9. There, that'll scale down all of our H2s so that they're more manageable. Let's try 8. Let's try 10. I mean, get a little bigger. Let's try 10.5. Yeah, that looks fine. So on mobile, you'll see what happens is it'll just keep growing. The H2 will get bigger and bigger and bigger until it stops. 64. So it is as big as it needs to be on tablet. Distributed in California, but let's see. It still seems a little big. What if we stop at 2.5? Yeah, that's a little more natural. We'll just change it on tablet or desktop. This is desktop. Or I'm trying to do this so all of my H2s are taken care of. I don't have to do anything. So I'm wondering if on tablet, if I go side by side on tablet, and I think I'm going to do it. I think I'm going to do it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so all my H2s are taken care of, and all of my P is 18. Let's remove U. Okay, so these are all set to 18, and their line height. I like to do a general line height of 1.5 m for all of my my P's and guys. Okay, and I think all of our letter spacing went to 0.005 m, 0.5% of m. Okay, so now let's go to 320, and the first thing we're going to do, manufactured. We have our container, and we have our picture. Our picture element is going to be 728. Height is going to be 891. Position relative, display block, because we have to add these to them. And then our image, inside of it, is going to be the object fit. So it fills it no matter what. Just make sure I spelled it right. Okay. There's manufacturer. There's the picture element. 728, 891. Cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change its font size. Well, do I really need? Hold on. Do I really need to do that? Because I could just do width. I'm going to do width of like 90%. Center it. and then height of like, I think that might be a little much. Well, let's just scale it down. Let's not even do that. Let's do if we set the image auto, so I just want to take the intrinsic size of the image, whatever it gets, whatever it turns into. Here's our picture. Here's our image. I want to do inline block. Where are you getting your width value? Okay, so there, that's centered inside the picture. And I'm going to do a padding top and bottom of 75. Give them space. So I think that's fine. And our picture's going to have margin bottom. So if that's 75 up top, half of that is going to be like, what, 34? Okay, and then it's margin bottom of 60. Is that the same case everywhere? No, it's not gonna. Yeah, let's just do it here. So manufacturers, our pictures on the left, going from left to right, our H2, margin bottom, is going to be 60, 64M. So that's the bottom. This text looks a little big. All my text is going to be 15 on mobile. Tablets where it gets there, and then here we're going to be 18 divided by 15. Okay. I'm just lowering all of my P font sizes. Actually, you know, why am I even doing that? 18. I should just do it on the body like I had before. Everything gets scaled down. Oh, also, since I moved this, I have to fix that padding. There, that's a little better. Okay, that's better. Yeah, I set the body to be 17 pixels, so that scales everything down by a factor of 3 pixels. So I think that looks a little better here instead of having these big ass text here. So now we go down here, manufacturer H2, and then our P's. Margin bottom 27. 18. Those are right. That's right. Now Do I want to have this guy in here on mobile? I think so. So let's go ahead and add that. Because I can add a pseudo element very easily to the picture element. And it's going to be you. And you're going to be left of like, negative 15. Bottom. And I'm going to put you behind. And your height is going to be 50%. Width 50%. Just a little something like that. And then let's add a little margin bottom of 15 to account for that. That before being 15 below. So that's 44, 49. Let's push that down. Okay, so we got that. And so 58 pixels. So the button solid inside of manufacturer is going to have a margin top of 58. 18 that. And that's going to be pushed down there. So that's fine. So let's zoom out. This is what our little section looks like. And see, everything's growing, everything's responding. Cool. I think I want to stop this. This is getting a little much right now. So let's set a max width to the image of 400 pixels. This is not centered inside of the picture element. This is what I'm trying to wonder. Or the picture is not being centered. Okay, so this is an inline block. So margin auto is not going to work. So if I make this block, yeah, there we go. So I just set a width and max width. So like inline block elements, margin auto doesn't work to center it. So you have to make a block and set a width so that its margin can center it. So that's what we got. I think it looks fine now because you don't want that to be too big. It was starting to overpower everything. And honestly, I think everything needs to be text align centered. On mobile, that's kind of like going to be a given a lot of times because it doesn't look right having centered elements like this with left aligned elements like this. So something like that. And this text got a little too wide. It started to look weird. So I'm just going to set its max width. There we go. So it'll stop growing at about right there. So it'll grow. So when we go back to here, see like this text, like it's all centered now at 352. Now it'll grow and grow, and then once it reaches the max width is where it stops, and that's how you control your responsiveness. Everything's still centered. This is getting weird. Let's set a max width on this one too. There we go. So you can get like that. I think is this where I want to flip them? Where I start doing the side by side. I could do the side by side in here, but that means I'm going to have to scale everything. I'm just trying to look at this and look at tablet and think about how I want to do this. Go down to tablet. I'm just thinking if I want to do the side by side because it doesn't. I don't like this. It like goes from here to centered. So I think I need the side by side because it looks off visually having you know, this look, this left and right, and then going down to center. So let's try it out. Let's see what happens. Space between, so we're going to shove them to the left and right side of the containers, right? I want you all to line at the top. And then, so my picture, margin on 0. So that margin auto will throw off the flexbox. You got to get rid of that. And then we have to set specific heights now. So this is where I'm going to set my height and width of 728 by 20m, height 891 by 20m. And this is where I'm going to set my image to fill it. That max width. 100% high top. Is there something else preventing it from? Oh, this has a max width on it. Let's set the max width to 728, which is its actual width. Okay, so let's try on the container. Let's shrink y'all down. 36% max width. It's going to be, is that our 14? Yeah, it's going to be our 14. There we go. That's starting to look a little better. And then our before. No. I hear a baby knocking at my door. Is that you? Is that you, Lily? All right. Oh, it's nap time. All right, so I'm going to pause it here, and then we'll be back. Nap time. All right, I'm right back at it, hot and fresh from nap time. So just put these side by side. We're going to take, so we don't need you anymore. We're going to do, oh, actually, it's on the container. Let's do text align left. Everything to the left. And P's. So they're doing that because their margin is auto. You see the left and right here. So we need to do margin left 0 so that it gets forced over here. And let's see. So I think the max width that these guys can be is 458. So we're going to set a max width of 458 divided by 18M. And 873 is going to be this. So pictures on the left, container. So that means this is going to go here. So dot content max width is 873. We want it to be as wide as this H2, because then we're just going to push the H2 over. There's that. I'm wondering. I just set this as a width. So this isn't pulling it. Width is 43. Set width and set width. I'm wondering why it's not. We also have to get rid of that margin on H2. So it can go there. So, what is making you not be 2 lines? I think what I gotta do first, let's scale it down some more. There we go. I had to scale it down so it had some room to play with. Now these are right next to each other and they're spaced out to the center. So what we need to do now is get this gap, which is 74 pixels. So I'm going to add that to the picture element. So I'm going to do a margin right 74 divided by 20M. And that's going to create that gap here. Because they're both being pushed to the center. Let's get rid of this padding as well. They're being pushed to the center, and I'm having this left side push away from this. So now let's make this 3, 1. I don't think it matters. Let's see. So that's if they're on the edge. I wonder if I set the H2 to be, what was it, 873 divided by 64? Yeah, 64. So what this does, it appears to push away. And then to take this, let's just get this set up. So this is 151. So we're going to transform, translate x, negative 151 divided by 64. And that's going to move that over. So that's what that looks like. I wonder if I make this smaller. I think our max width is giving us a problem here. Let's get rid of this width. Maybe we don't need it. That doesn't do anything. That just makes this bigger, which makes this smaller. What if I make this bigger? See, it's pushing. This is pushing this content to make it smaller. I'm trying to figure out how to make it not do that. Maybe I do min width. Okay, so there's our min width. And then let's shrink this. That's better. That's better. So I think we had to set a min width so that it would stop. It would stop getting squished. So now let's set our before. So we got this. This guy, you are 485. So our before is a width of 485 divided by 20, and the height is 594. And you are going to be negative 46. And your bottom is going to be negative 70. Oops. That's going to be placed where it needs to be, right down there. And now that's what our section looks like. So when we zoom in a little bit, that's exactly how it's supposed to look. Everything is spaced how it's supposed to. And because we're using a view width unit, everything's going to grow until the font size equals 20. Let's see, align items. Oh, align items. Flex start. There we go. And so if they're at the start, 47 pixels. So that means this one has to be margin top 47 divided by 64. That's going to push that down where it needs to be. And from the bottom of U, this needs to be 184. So where's this spacing coming from right now? I think it's coming from this padding, which is on the 0M. So on 48M, which is 768 pixels, we're going to do padding top 186 divided by 20M. And now that's exactly what it should be. However, it's being scaled down. So what if I remove the padding? Because the container is what's getting scaled. So let's also scale that padding. Because this is being scaled, this is being scaled. So the padding, you'll notice, is 92 pixels instead of 180. That's because it's being scaled by the 1.3 view width. So I put the padding top inside the container because the container is being scaled down so that the padding top can be properly scaled down so that this doesn't look as gigantic. So now when we grow it, the space between them will grow. So now it is, now it's 111 and 129. So you'll notice, let's see, let's go to the computed value. See, the font size is 13 pixels right now. That's the computed value of the 1.3 view widths. So at 1073 pixels, 1.3 view widths is 13.94 pixels. You'll notice when we grow, it's growing too. So our font size is now 14. It's getting bigger and bigger, and eventually it will stop at 20. So where's our font size? There you go. It's at 15 now. So if we keep growing it, and font size, so 19, so we're almost there. So if we zoom out a little bit, there, see how it stopped? It stopped moving. That's because its computed value is now equal to 1em, which is 20 pixels. The body is 20 pixels at 1em. So this kept growing and growing until its value reached 20 pixels and stops. So now we have exactly what we should have. And this is 50. So I think we nerfed the font size of this guy. So I think at 1024 we can up. No, wait. Since we are scaling everything anyway. 768. Let's make sure your font size is what it should be. There you go. Yeah, now it's at its font size. 64. All the margins are playing off each other very nicely. And we get our padding up there. Beautiful. So that's that section. That's how we do it. So let's start from 320. So we're starting here. This is kind of where it all begins. We just set up the standard mobile look. Then it grows. It stops growing about there. We stop there. And at about, there we go, at about 768, that's where we jump down to the actual desktop size, but we are scaling it down so that it'll fit the screen. So now when we grow, you see everything inside of it is growing. All those M's that we're using, they're now being divided by the view width, which continuously grows, so that it will continuously grow until it reaches its final form. It blooms until it needs to stop. And that is true responsive behavior. So now that we got that section done, that's how we're going to do the others. It's actually shaping out pretty nice. Not too much trouble. Wait a minute. I think we're missing something here. No, oh, yeah, we need more space. So up here, this doesn't look right. So I think, yeah. I mean, is that right? That might be right. I'm just gonna let it go. Well, no, I need more space. I don't like it. At 1500. What's this margin bottom right now? 283. Seems a little excessive. I think that looks a little better. I think that's what we're looking for here. I just want to make sure I had that spaced out right. So now this one's going to be pretty easy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to build this as is in mobile, and we're going to scale it down. So that's our logos. That's it. That's all we need. So now we're going to do ideas. whoops, manufacturer. Yeah, we need you. We don't need this. And we don't need this. There we go. We did that whole manufacturer section and only 2 media queries. So I'll take that. Ideas. Okay, so these are ideas. Excuse me, sorry. So our H2 is already getting its values from the main one. So they're going to be the same. Now we're going to have our picture. Okay, oh, that's right. We got our side-by-side. So what we need to do first, let's get our picture sizes going. So we are going to do... I'm just going to add classes to target them. 1, 2, and 3. So I just want 1. Let's set all our pictures. So I want this on all picture elements are going to be display block and position relative. You're all going to have that in common. Sorry, I'm talking so much. Yeah. This is rough talking for hours. Okay, so width is going to be 0 to 20. Height is going to be something out of 20. So let's just copy this for the other two. All right, first one, you're going to be 752 and 920. Number 2, you're going to be 595 and 811. And you are going to be 501, 589. So those are all set up. And now I'm going to take our container and we're going to flex them. So right, because we collapse this, so we have 1 child and 2 child. So we're going to flex those next to each other to do this. Display flex. Justify content, space between. So we want as much space between them as possible. So this container is going to be max width of let's see, do width 96%. Max width of 1414 by 20, margin auto, so that we can center it. So we want it to be 100%, 96%. So we have some stuff on the edges here, and then the max width it's going to stop growing here. This margin auto is going to center this, and we're going to align items at the start. So flex start is up here, center is in the middle, and flex end is at the bottom. So align items is think about it as like it's the y-axis. Justify content is the x-axis. And when you do flex direction column, when you tell it to go up and down, these reverse. So when it's flex direction column, align items is the x-axis and justify content is the y. That's the only like weird thing of flexbox that it does. I don't know why, but yeah. So now let's flex this group. So we got our picture, our 1, 2. Let's just I just like to have spaces. Let's keep our group together. So dot group. So this is gonna be display flex, and this is flex direction. We're gonna do a row. Okay, and I want them to be let's see. So left and right is align items. I want you to be centered, and then justify content up and down. I want you to be at the top. So flex start. I'm going to use margins to push these guys down. So this is kind of what we have right now. Let's see. Oh, whoops, row. I'm on column. So that's going to push this down here. And yet maybe I don't want center. I want flex start. So start over here. Because they're pushing against each other. So you kind of see, you see what's happening here now. We have the basic layout. So now I just got to take 40 pixels. So group. So I want the image and I want the first type. So I want the first image. So first of type means like what's the first image? Image is a type. So I want the first one, and I want the margin bottom to be 40 divided by 20. And we're going to put a box here. That's the top. So this is 177 from the top. And this, I think I got to pick one. Okay, one is going to be margin top 177 divided by 20m. And there we go. Let's see. So this isn't working. This image first of type is not working very well. That group. Oh, because it's picture. There we go. I had to pick the right type, just picture. So we're already zoomed out. This is 50, so I got to reset you. So let's do. Let's reset you to 64. There it is on tablet. So on tablet, you're going to be reset to 64. But here, so you're actually above everybody else. So we're going to put you on top. Because like the container is here, the H2 is above it. So you like to go from top to bottom and left to right. So H2 is on top of everybody. So here you are. We're going to text align center, display block, margin, auto. And what's its max width? 873. Cool. And now, so here's the bottom of that. So it is, bottom of this is how far from the top of that? $34. So if that's 34 pixels overlap, that means my margin bottom should be negative 34 divided by 60. That's going to pull it up. There we go. And let's bring this on top. So to use z-index, you have to add a position. So if I'm going to add a z-index of like 10, I need to add a position to it. So in this case, position relative. So now you're on top. Oh, this should be 64. And there we have it. Now let's get this figured out. So from here to the bottom should be 284. Right now, it is 75 plus 100. It's 175. 284. 284 minus 175. So I need to add 109 pixels. So that means on tablet, I'm going to add 109. So on tablet, ideas, adding top is going to be 209 divided by 20m. That's going to push this down, however much it needs to be. And now we're missing we got this guy. So now we need a pseudo element. and you're going to see how this is all going to play out. I'm just building it right. I'm building it on the desktop size, mobile first. It's kind of like a weird backwards way of doing things, but you'll see what's happening. You'll see what's happening here. So on 1 is where I want it. So you are this color. You're 485 high and 453 high. I should have said 485 wide. And you are -33. And we're going to say bottom of -64. And that'll create that. Now we need to do our z-index of -1 to go behind. And there's that. So we've created it for desktop, right? And what I want to do is I want to scale this down. So we're going to go to 320. And I think we need to add a padding here. Padding 0 and like 10 divided by 64. Because it's touching the edges. We don't want that. There we go. That's better. And this is just getting 1. Yeah, that's fine. So now we're going to scale this down. So on mobile, everything is in our container right here. See? So I'm going to scale this only. Now let's go up and use our cheat sheet. So on mobile, we're going to take this, scale it down. One view width. Oh, that's right. I forgot to do the image thing. Because all these images are totally messing up right now. I got to do my image. I have to set them to be the background of the picture elements. That's better. So they're taking up 100% height and width of their containers. This object fit cover is telling it to make sure every inch of this space is covered with yourself and you're not stretching. That's what that does. So now that we've scaled it all down, let's make it a little bigger. And let's do a little bigger. Because we got this before over here, it's making it feel like it's off-centered. So I think just on mobile, we're going to translate X. We're going to translate like 20 pixels. Let's go 30. There we go. See how now it looks about centered? It's because this before, like this from right here, this edge to this edge over here, that's centered. But when you add this before, that is escaping the box. Now it looks off-centered, so I have to shift it over. Oh, actually, I'll shift it over 33 because I know this is 33 pixels off. So I'm shifting everything over 33 pixels. And we have this gap here. I need, was that 40? So between picture 1, let's see if we can get that gap in there. There we go, that's better. We need that gap. So now we got this H2, nice big 33.6, 33.6, so that's the same. Now what's going to happen, here's the fun stuff. I built it once, and it's in mobile, and it's being scaled down by the font size in a view width unit. So when I grow this, it's going to grow and it's gonna stay overlapping here, and it's literally going to be exactly proportional for every screen size that we go up. And that's what's beautiful about this. Like, I built it once, and it's growing into exactly what I want it to be. So there we go. Now it's done. Look how easy that was. So so that's how I know some sections are going to go by really fast. When I see something like this, I just scale down the container and I make it grow. So this is what being 100% responsive really means, is to be able to do this with your elements and your site. Like, this looks the same. It's proportional on every single possible screen size down to the pixel. And it just grows and it fills in the space until it stops being what it's supposed to be. So on, I think on tablet, let's get rid of that transform. None. There you go. So it shifts over to where it's supposed to be. All right. And that's it for that. So now we get to do this one. This is the fun section, right? We have things. And then we're going to be overlapping, and I'll show you how to do that with a negative margin top. So now let's dig into this. So right away, right off the bat, I know we need a background. Let's get rid of these. We don't need these. We did everything in less than 2 media queries. So this is going to be what we do. And it's going to be ID. What we do. So right away, background, it's going to be that color. And everything else in here changes color too. So I want to set H2. I'm just going to get these out of the way. And my P's. Oh yeah, my H3s. Actually, I could just, I'll just put P with this guy too, P. And then we got our A tag over here. All right, so all of you are going to be that. So we got all those figured out now. Now let's start mobile. So 75 should be good. Okay, so we have 85. I like to do 75 pixels on top and bottom. So I'm going to do yeah. And now what we're going to do, because this is supposed to overlap right here. Now you see this? And that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a margin top of negative, what is this? -51. So there's that. Now why does this look so close? That's right, because this is being scaled. So let's just cut this in half for now, because that's about what it needs to be. Okay. And our H2, I don't think our margin bottom needs to be the same margin bottom as the others. I mean, these guys aren't on top of each other, but they're going to have to be on mobile. So we're going to do, if that's 75 up top above it, Let's cut that down by, let's move in 25 increments. So let's move that margin bottom 50 divided by 64M. That'll bring that closer. What are you? Okay, you're 18, railway. You're everything you're supposed to be. Wonderful. This A is going to be interesting. Okay, so what the hell is mixed? So you're actually inter. And is that the only A? I'm going to give it a class. Process. Okay, so you're going to be inter. 500 work. I think we just have 700. I forgot to save this. There we go. Okay, bold's a little much. 5. It's a little better. And the margin bottom here is going to be 38. So the P is above it. So margin bottom, 38 divided by 18M. That's cool. And so between here and the bottom, that's 9 pixels. So we got a text decoration underline, I think we have here. So let's do a padding bottom, 9 divided by 18M. And we're going to do text decoration, none. So remove that. And when you have to do special underlines, pseudo elements. So we're going to grab my pseudocode. Pseudos all day, every day. These are the most useful damn things you'll ever use. So we're going to make this the same color as these guys. So they're going to be 1 pixel with 100%. Well, let's do 1 divided by 18 just to be, kosher. And then we'll do bottom. And inline block. Max width 277. There we go. So now we have that. That's our link. So now let's give that a margin bottom of 50 divided by 18M to match the same one down here. Actually, no, we got to separate. So we're going to do 75. So we're going to match the margin on top. Right here, we're going to put that here. And now let's get these things going. Yeah, 69, 69. Okay, I think they're all 69. So now we got our bottom section. Close that. What we do. Okay, so bottom section, we have our cards. So dot card, and we have our image. That's going to be a display block. Margin auto to center it, and a width of 69 divided by 20M, height of 69 divided by 20M, and a margin bottom of 36. And I think, yeah, margin left, -0. I think I'm going to try and make them look like this and just see what happens. So now our H3 font weight is going to be bold 500, font size 24 by 20M, and line height is 1.53M. Spacing is 0.005M. Margin bottom, it's going to be 16. Whoa, hello. 16 by 24. Are they all text align left anyway? Yes, they are. And then U are P. Wife texting me about what to do for dinner. Oh boy, that's always a big question. I'm gonna have to think about that. Font size as 18. Our line height is gonna be different. It looks like it's 1.74M. Oh, and it looks like it has a different color. Okay, and then that means I can remove the P from here. What color is that A? Is that A the same color? Okay, no, that's the same color as those. So this is lighter. Cool. And this is 253. So our card is a width of 100%, max width of 253 by 20M. And there it is. So those are all set up. I don't know how I like it all being left, but you know, these are left, so I think I can get away with these being left. I wonder if I do margin auto, center them. Does it feel better? I think it feels better when they're centered. Cool. And we're gonna do, it's margin top 75. Guess what? I'm not, if it's padding top 75, padding bottom 75. I like to have them all equal. Just have a margin on it. Yeah, let's get rid of that margin. Process. There we go. It's about keeping consistency in your design. And now, look, okay, yep. So we have to do these margin bottoms. So if this is 75, this is 50, 75, so 50. There we go. Don't just like randomly haphazardly choose your margins and stuff. You know, have a kind of set your own rules. So like I'm working in 20 in like when I'm doing these bigger paddings, I'm working on in increments of 25 pixels. So I'm starting at 75. I do 75 top and bottom of all my sections for mobile because that just feels right. So if I'm doing a margin bottom between here, then I'd like it to be 50, you know, smaller. And if I'm trying to do a bigger gap between a section, it'll be 75 because 100 would feel too big. And so now it feels more uniform because you have these proportional design rules. Everything's moving in all my big margins are moving in sections of 25. So this is 75, this is 50. It feels right. Do we still see we got? Oh, that's right, because we have, see this is big. What's happening is our last card has a margin bottom. So we're going to do that by last of type. The last card has a margin bottom of 0. There we go. So we can still keep that 75. Okay, that's cool. That works. Now when we grow. Yeah, I think we definitely need a max width over here. So this is top section. This is above everybody. Top section. Max width of like 400. So there. Okay, it stops there. I think it's a good place to stop. But then, like, we have this weird feeling. This is left. So this is left, but this is not. So this still feels okay, but once we get a little bigger, like here, so this is where we're gonna switch some things up here, because I don't like the way this looks right here at 516. So we're gonna fix this. So we're gonna add a media query at 516 because I'm a perfectionist. So what we do, and we're going to take the bottom section and we're going to display flex. Justify content, space between align items. Oh boy. I can do this. All right, align items center, flex wrap, and we're going to scale it. So we do this. Let's do 2. Maybe 3. There we go. See that? Now they're all next to each other, and it feels a hell of a lot better. But now we got to remove the margin bottom from the. Let's remove the. Yeah. All right, we got to do dot card and inf of type. So I want the third card. Margin bottom 0. That didn't work. What we do in with 516. I wonder if I spelled something wrong. 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to target this one. Oh, there's a. For some reason, I just didn't. I had to save it again. Because by all means, it made sense. All right, so now we have this. So now that they fit in the 4, and this is about being 100% responsive. You go through every possible screen width, and you make sure your site looks good. So now we're going to grow this. Okay, we got a problem when we get there. Let's make that a width of 50%. Max width 50%. Or 40. So by making sure they're 40, or let's do 35. It's a little better. By making sure they're 35%, they're going to, yeah, there we go. They're going to stay here. They're not going to jump. And I think at 1024. Ah, darn it. At 1024, do I want at 1024? I think I'm gonna make this look like what it's supposed to look like up here, but we're gonna scale it again, I think. Well, let's keep this, but at 1024, let's put these guys next to each other then. So we don't need anything at tablet. We're done. We're skipping tablet. So I want top section for, hold on a second. We're floating again. So in top section, the H2 float left. Oh, that's right. Next with 100%. And then our H2 is going to be 524. There you are. And then E is going to have a max width of 555. And then our process has a width of 277. So why are you so weird? So that clears the float. Now you can see the problem here. I don't think it's going to work. And left. That's just going to drop it to the other line. So if we don't do that, I just display flags. And send everything to the end. So those go there. I'm just going to see if this does what I think it's going to do. Okay, so now up and down. So up and down, you're going to be at the top. And then the line of items left and right, you're going to be at the end. Damn it. Here we go. So I think I'm going to have to, as much as I didn't want to do it. So let's get rid of this. Just get rid of this stupidness. Okay, so now we got these guys, right? So our top section is going to display flex, justify content, space between. So now we got that. And maybe we don't have to scale it. Maybe if we do a margin right, just to create some space there. And margin, that padding top is 185. So we need that. because then we need that space so that we can do our margin top. It's a padding bottom on here. Let's remove padding bottom. Just make sure that all looks right. Okay, so then we'll get to 4. So now is when I can come down. How much was that? 51. Now we can do the full. There you go. So that's where that's supposed to be. That's where these are supposed to be. These look fine as they are. So I think once we get to 1200, container. I think I gotta put the do the container. Right, yeah. And that's we're gonna remove the padding. 0. So now I think at 1200 is when I want to put these guys next to each other. So we're gonna change this to 13 to 12. And how wide were they? 253. So they're all next to each other. Remove our margin. Interesting how they're these are 3 lines, but these are 4. Why? Why do you taunt? Oh, because they're 20. Where's that coming from? Root.css 1024. We gotta get rid of that. That's messing everything up. There we go. That's how important the inspector is. Find out where things are getting their wacky values. Okay, so if I take the process, move that margin bottom, and if I take the H2, that margin bottom, so that everybody's touching right here. We need 104. So the top section. Margin bottom is 104. So those are going to be pushed down. I can spell right. There we go, that feels better. So these are going to be pushed to the sides. They're all lined up. They're pushing down. And once we hit the money, which is at like 1500, they're all spaced out the way they're supposed to be because of justified content space between. So our container is 1414 wide, and it puts equal space between every element and pushes them to the right and left of the container. That is one of the easiest ways to figure out how to space things, is find out how big the container is. In this case, exactly 1414 wide. How wide are your elements, and then space between, and it's perfect equidistant. So now our margin bottom, though, our padding bottom is 114 in here. So and that's what that's supposed to look like. Let's see. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, 1200 is fine. So that's it for that section, except for this A tag, which I think we got to do something with, because you gotta have a hover state. And what do I want to do with this hover state? I guess I could turn green. So on hover, again, this is less, and is the less thing. It's basically attaching hover to process, and when it compiles to CSS. We're going to do a color var primary. And so it's just going to change colors. And we're going to do that too for the background, for the before. There we go. See, I'll just do that. And let's do transition. Color 23 seconds, and we're going to have to do that on before as well. So on the before, I want you to transition the background color 23 seconds, and that means I gotta go in here, change this to background color. So the background property can't be animated. It can't be, I mean, yeah, you can't transition the background. You have to choose the background color if you want it to transition properly. So now they're, instead of just being harsh, they just kind of like slowly fade into their new color. And that's it for that section. Wait a minute. Why? Why? Oh, that's because the z-index brought it up. But you know what? Let's bring the z-index down. It doesn't need to be 10. It can be 2, right? Yeah, it can be 2. So idea is h2. All right, what we do. All right, that's all done. Now this is our site so far. Looking pretty good. Here we go. This is like our full version. And this is pretty much pixel perfect. So this is looking pretty good. Very, very happy with how this is turning out. You make sure this is what you're supposed to be. 50. You're supposed to be 64. It's doing that thing again. There we go. Now you're what you are supposed to be. So you got this section done. This is all done. Now we're going to do featured work. And we've already done this before, right? I think looking at this, you should already know what I'm going to do. And it's going to be pretty darn easy. So I'm going to take a break here real quick. I got to text the wife back about what we're going to do for dinner, because that is the most important thing right now. We have to survive. So let's be another quick cut real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. We decided to have leftovers, and then I bought a ladder. So let's get back to it. Let's get some more space over here. So we're gonna make these. And scroll up. So we have our feature right here, and we have container. So it's outside the container. So this feature is going to sit up here, and we're going to use negative margin to bring it into here. So are we using this? Are we using this? Yep. So you got this section, reviews, call to action. This section, so copy, reviews, call to action. Okay. And this is what we do. Here's featured. Okay. So let's make this. Because we're doing a shifting thing. So I can translate them. Because the other way is to make two containers, a left and a right, and flex the inside, and then on this container have a margin top. But if we try to do a margin top on these, if they're all together inside a flexbox, if we do a margin top, excuse me, long day. I've been at it all morning doing this video. So if we do a margin top inside of these, all of these will go down. So let's try doing it. Let's do it by the center. I think that's what we're going to have to do. Well, we got, this is 53, and that's 36. This is 36, so I think this should be 53. Or this should be 36. I don't think I actually moved it. So let's try that. Let's just flex them all. And this container is going to be 1351 wide. Let's center that, and then we're going to display flex. Justify content, space between. Align items up and down, so I want you to be flex start, so I want you all to be pushed up to the top. And from there, we're going to have our pictures. Display block, position relative, and length of type 1. So we're going to set up our heights and widths as we usually have to do. One, 2, 3, and 4. Our first one is 613, 919, 613, 19, 697, 940, 504, 755, 504, 755, 595, 765, 595, 765, Okay, we got those. And then we need our image. We need our images to, there we go, to absolutely position themselves and cover their picture element. There's that. Interesting. Oh, let's wrap. Okay, so I think they need to be centered. They're all in the center. Interesting. Because this has a gap here because of this image. So they're not, see, they're not, so if we try flexing this, when they go to the top, these aren't going to be equal because they're not the same height. So they're going to try and stay equal. Ow. Yeah, you know what, let's just group these. You know, I tried. You know, I do my best. All right, so we get our groups, and what's going to end up happening is justify content, space between, align items, flex start. We're not going to allow wrap. I want y'all next to each other, and inside the group, I want y'all. See, why is this one? This is the only one that's not. Down. And I think I want the first group. So, and first of type, justify content, flex end. I want this one. So this is group 1. I want all the content. Oh, it's align items. That's right, because we're row now. So align items. And that didn't work. Because this is my group. Oh, left group. There we go. Okay, so now they are centered together. Space between. What's up with this container? Why are you zero? It's like they're not they don't have that space between them. They should. It's like they don't. Oh, I think I see the problem. I see the problem here. I grouped the wrong ones together. So 1 and 3 need to be together. 2 and 4 need to be. So 2, this 2 goes here, and 3 goes here. Because I had 1 and 2 next to each other right here, but what I really want is I wanted the first and third one to be in a group together, and the second and fourth one to be in a group together. So when we do that, I'm puzzled as to why I'm not getting my space between them. I got my 2 groups, right? Oh, because the widths are not going to make sense now. Okay, so why did I just do this? All right, 1. All right, and then this is 3. This is 2. This is 4. I was doing the nth of types when, since they're all grouped differently, these numbers are going to be different. So let's just do and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. There it is. That is why. See, if something isn't working as expected, something is off. Like I was, because mathematically this was supposed to be accurate. Like I was supposed to have this gap, but it was telling me that that had that extra. You see in the middle there, that extra purple. The extra purple is over here, telling me that the container was too small, that the elements are breaking the container. But I'm like, that shouldn't happen. And that's when I realized some of these images were bigger than they were supposed to be. So now all of my picture elements, 1 and 2, 1 and 2 are going to have a margin bottom of 36 m. All right, and that's how we create the space. Now we have this 170. So that means number 1, margin top of 170, and that's how we push that down, and that's how we get this shape. So now these are accurate. And now we just got to do our featured work. So if we do our H2 on mobile, it's going to be text line centered, margin auto. Going to be out. And let's go back. So you're here, padding, top 75. Consistent spacing. See, the same space here is the same space here. That's what you want in your spaces so that everything is even. It looks nice. And now this container, we're going to scale down with our font size. So let's do like 3 view width. That's too much. 1. Nice. So 1.4 minimum of view width units. And our margin, we're just going to do a margin bottom. So that's 75 on top. We're going to do 50 on the bottom. 50 divided by 64m. Just to give it some space there. So when we grow, so we're going to stay there until featured work can fit in here. Then we're not going to put it there. That's 64. So we're going to keep it up top. And oh, this is weird. I don't like this at all. Looks like 1024 is when that happens. I think it should be closer. Okay, well, we got to fix this section. Before I even look at that, I got to fix this because I'm not happy with it. Okay. Okay, this is 8. Okay, we squeeze these in here. Honestly, tablet. On tablet, that's where that starts. Yeah, we can do that. And then we grow, 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 grow. 1200. 1200 top section needs to go back to 100% container width. There we go. I had a max width on that. It was also messing with it. Okay, so we fixed that. All right, everything is beautiful again, except I'm going to go to 1024. This doesn't feel good. So for featured, I think we're going to straight up skip tablet. I feel like that featured we need some more breathing room up here. Felt a little claustrophobic. I think we need a little more here too. There we go. That feels a little better. A little more open, more room to breathe. And then here, yeah, we changed the padding bottom. And then featured. Our padding top should be 152, so let's just keep it 152. And now at 1024, featured work appears to be able to fit within here. So what I'm going to do now, H2, max width of, what was the container max width? 1351. 64M. Margin auto. And then we're going to text align left, right. So it's going to be the same. It's going to be the same width. That's not right. Because this isn't inside the container. Actually, so what I can do, I can actually make the section into a container because this background is being taken care of by the body. So featured, I can actually make a max width of 1351 divided by 20 margin auto. And when I do that, it's not working out the way I wanted it to. Oh, that's because the container needs to be 100% the width of its container because it was set at 96%, so it wasn't filling up, right? Okay, so now we got that, and H2, let's just make its max width of 100%. So you're pushed over here, and there it is. So I need 150 left. So padding left is 150 divided by 60%. That's going to push that where it needs to be. And this is on top right here. So this is the very top. There we go. That's the bottom of that. So 171. So I'm going to I'm thinking about how I want to do. I want to transform or do I want to do margin? Let's see what it looks like. Margin bottom. So that pulls this toward it. And if I add a featured, adding top of 171, that fix things? That just reverses it. I need 152 pixels between here and here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to drag it up a little bit. Until I'm going to do that same thing that I did a section above. 70, I think 69. Yeah, that, 8. There, I think that's perfect. So 68. All right, and 152. So right now it's at 68. So I need to add 152 to that. 68 plus 152. That's 220. So 220 pixels, top and bottom. View. And there we go. That's what that should be. And remember, on tablet, we got to fix this. So on H2, it appears this is not behaving as I anticipated. So if we remove this margin bottom, I didn't like that. I gotta figure this out. Let's remove the margin bottom. This is 64. This is 64. And this bottom 171. So why is this not accurate? Is it because of the padding? Does the padding need to go higher? That doesn't do anything. Okay. So now I'm just trying to figure this out. So let's try transform. Same thing. Let's remove this padding top. Maybe I'm not calculating something right. Oh, no, this looks like it needs to go down farther. Okay, who wants to bet that I've been an idiot this whole time? This is 270. So one margin top was 170. It should be 270. There we go. Okay, yeah, chances are I'm an idiot. That's what it is. So that's done. Got that. No, we're not. Okay, so we're running into some nonsense here. So let's try. Okay, and no, that's bad. That's just bad. I think we start this at 1200 pixels. So we leave that. So we stay there. But you know what? At tablet size, let's make the H2. Let's bump up its font size to 64. All right. So we have that. 1200 is not even enough. I think it needs to be 1400. 1400 is when we pop it over here. Otherwise, it stays on top. And there we go. Everybody's happy. And that's done. So on to the next section. Reviews. This looks awfully similar to this section. I think I can get away with saving myself some time. Maybe. I'm thinking really quick. So if I take what we do, so here's how I'm going to save myself some work. Here's the review section, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this here, but it's going to be reviews. And I'm going to steal this. This goes here. This goes here. Remove the link. And then our bottom section, this guy. So we need bottom section and card. Okay, we already got the card. Cool. So now let's remove this. All right, and what we do, we're just going to copy this. It's featured. Views. We're going to take these and then we're going to paste it. Everywhere we see what we do, we're going to change it to reviews. And let's see what that did. And look, we got most of it already done for us. So reviews, let's just go ahead and clean it up. Our background is going to be this color. Okay, and this is going to be 636. Oh, and the color. And the color of the peas. This has to be maxed with a 636. 768. That's taking care of that. 18 and 640. Let me just make sure. This needs to be 640. Cool. And our card. So we have 3. $14.26 is our max width container. $14.26. And our card. So let's make our card now. We actually don't have process anymore. Now card is going to be a background. Is that white? That is white. And with a 431. Mm-hmm. Let's add a class to this image so we can target it. So image, yeah, that's going to be different. So we remove this. It's going to be dot quote display block margin left 0 height 20 width 20. And with that, so that's the top. Adding top 50. On the other side, 42 on the bottom. Top left, bottom is 42 divided by 20, and left is 50 divided by 20. Got these guys. Interesting. Okay, we had a set width at 1200. We got to fix. Where are you getting your width from? 35%, 516. Yeah, I don't think we need that anymore. Well, let's see. Yeah, this doesn't make sense at all. Sorry, 731. I need to fix mobile. So this margin bottom is P 50. Push that down. That's 75. Plus however many this margin bottom is. So let's just add 20 pixels for that. Give that the space up there. This looks fine. So when we grow, think 750 is a good spot. Okay, so that's 750. Let's make this smaller. Get rid of that margin, right? We don't need that. Or maybe we do. Yeah, looks like I need it. Need more space here, so I'm going to use that margin bottom. Let's bring this font size down some more. 26. Divide by a bigger number, make it smaller. 29. All right, that's fine. That looks better. That's better. Now these. I gotta finish this. So card, mobile. All right, so let's just wrap this up. Margin bottom 30. Oops. P, margin bottom 45. 18 is the font size. Okay, so we got that. And now we're getting into the info group. And we want to manage the display block. Height and width of 66. Got that, and then info is going to be display flex, justify content, space between, align items centered, and wait a minute. That's right, we're not doing that. We're going to try a float. And then dot name title. Okay, that looks like it might actually work this time. Title. Basically everything here except for the weight. Margin top 7. And on the right, 23 pixels left. I want both of them to be margin left of 23. Well, that's not doing what I wanted to do. Interesting. Maybe I have to do the margin. Let's try 89. The full width of the image. Left. Line height 1.47 m. And I think that's it. That's our card. What's this line height? 1.74. 1.74 m. Okay. So I think we're good. These are cards. But I don't like the way they're too big. Doesn't make sense. I'm gonna scale them. Oh, I'm in the wrong one. Shit. Wonder why that wasn't working. Container, top section, P, and bottom section. And we can try the 3. How big is our text? 12, that's readable, that's fine. I'm doing everything I did. Okay. So this needs to be 98. Which is close enough. 98. Now, margin around this card. I don't know why this margin is not. So I guess right here I need to do justify content center. Because they're pushing away from each other, so now I put them in the center so I can use the margins to push them how I want them. Big bully, just pushing everything around without asking. I think that's fine. Let's make sure that this is tightened up. So, oh, this is pretty tight here. This is 195. Okay, so reviews, padding top. That's 195. Okay. Margin top. Okay, that's it. Let's see what this margin top should be. Should be negative 100. Oops. There we go. That looks better. Now let's grow this. And I think 1020. I think that's the right size to go to 3. What is happening here? I think we lose our margin when we go to. What happened here? What happened here? This is interesting. Why is the margin no longer working? Oh, wait a minute. This looks like it's. What's the bottom of these pants look like? Okay, that's where they're cut off. Just appears. It's just once we hit here. I think it's featured gets padding bottom. So let's go to right about. Have you always had a padding bottom? No, you haven't. This is featured with no padding bottom. And featured with padding bottom. So where are you getting it? Where the hell is this? Okay, I'm just going to go remove that. And 1024. Instead of removing that, there might be some things that I've built that are relying on that, so I just have to manually override it at 0, and there you go. I just had to manually overwrite it. 1025, let's see what that looks like. Now we're going to do our little scaling. There, section. Is that correct? Oh, we're in reviews. God, I'm so stupid. Alright. Too big. Oh, and this is where we can remove all the margins on our card. And space between. Remove the wrap. They're all next to each other. So they're too close to each other. That tells me we gotta go smaller. And that's about right. 12 pixels, that's fine. And what's our padding bottom? 120. Just making sure that's perfect. And that's it for that. I think once we get CTA to how long is this P? Jeez. 640. That's 640. And I think at 1200 I got to reset that at H2. Already at 1200. Just make sure that's the size it's supposed to be. Yep, 640. There we go. Everything is as it should. All right, so that's our review section. That wasn't so bad. Let's just take a little review. Oh, I want to check this section now. Yeah, because you see, I think there, 791. Do I make a change up here? Yeah, I do up there. Okay, so that's fine up there. I just wanted to check that. Got these. It's just a little smaller. I'm wondering, because that's what this is. This is smaller than this. I think I want to make it the same size. I don't like that. So let's go to, so this is landing. This should be logos, manufacturer. I think on tablet, do I overwrite it on the next one? Let's see, ideas. Yeah, I overwrote it on ideas at 48. So if I remove this, it still stays the same. Oh, that's because the, gosh darn it, it's the container. So, that's cool. Okay, that's cool. So let's, yeah, I think it's 768. So we're starting 768 for ideas. And the H2 is going to have a font size. Oh, that's right, the 3.2 M. Okay, so that's at 38.4. I need it to be 31.9. 30, okay, let's do 4.2. 4.1. Okay, it's 31.488. That's 31.944. So let's do 1, 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 31.94, 31.9488, 9488, perfect. Okay, so now these are tied together now, right? So this looks better when we're looking at it from this perspective. Having this one gigantic and this one not didn't look right. And now this is a new section, so we can get away with it. We can get away with it. So now when we grow, they're going to grow at the same exact time, right? And they're eventually going to stop when they're supposed to stop. Perfect. See? All right, that's much better. That's much better. So going through this, I'm liking what I see. We got our reviews. Now let's get to the call to action. Okay. So this one should be easy. Now let's get that image stuff so we can get that background image out of the way. And we're going to set it to the index -1. Right. Okay, and then got this pseudo element 90% 3888. That's going to be a pseudo element. I'm going to do it on the CTA. And 90%. Cool. And the index of 1. There we go. And I like my paddings 75. Top and bottom on mobile. There we go. And actually, let's put some padding left and right. Cool. Now we got our H2. And what is that font size? Is it going to be what I think it is? It is. All right, your max width is going to be 488. You're going to be 733. And your margin bottom is 35. Your margin bottom is 48. This button, your 1.8. What is that? 160. It's display inline block right now, so I have to set it to display block so margin auto works. And that's basically that section right there. So when we grow, everything is going to grow. Oh, I forgot to put margin auto. I can center this guy. There we go. So they're going to grow. And they're just going to look the way they're supposed to look. So let's do 768. Let's get our padding of what it's supposed to be. So we got a padding top 119 and 119 top and bottom 768. So CTA padding 119 divided by 20m and 0. We don't need padding anymore on the left and right. And that should take us all the way to desktop. So that's 50, and just gotta set it. So we don't need you. Cool. And that's that. So, and you see this line down here? That's just a glitch from the inspector. That should be fine. So right now this is our website. I want this to be parallax. So on desktop, I'm going to remove the picture and I'm going to add the background image because it's really hard to do a parallax on an image that's in the HTML. So we're just going to set up the background image, and that's going to be a CTA. And to get that parallax effect, we do background attachment fix. And it has to be at the end. It has to be at the bottom or it's not going to work. There we go. So we get that. And you don't want to set this, if you set this on anything less than desktop, tablets and phones, they don't like this, especially tablet. It'll glitch and it'll blow up the image. So we only attach it at so this is 64. That's also like big tablet, so like iPad Pro. So we need to start this at 1300 pixels, which is like the minimum for a desktop usually. So that's that. This is our site. It's coming together, and with minimal headaches. But I'm digging it. I'm feeling pretty good. And let's. Oh boy, I'm getting tired. I've just been straight up coding all day. So let's wrap up the footer. Let me just let's get this homepage over with, and then maybe it's 6 o'clock now. I gotta start getting nighttime routines going. So let's rock this footer, and then I'll tackle the rest of the website tomorrow. And I think I'll just have those as different videos. So we have our footer, my footer section. We're literally just going to remove all of these because we're not using them. You just text the wife on the footer. Almost done, because I know she's been asking for me. It's the weekend. It's a Saturday. This is when I have to. This is when I have to do my my videos and my work for my business, because I also have a full-time job. So a few times I'm working the weekends to bust these guys. But I do it. I love what I do, and I got to do it because I'm the sole provider. So these are my weekends, and I hope at least by recording them, it helps other people too. So it's not like I feel like I'm wasting my time. So we got our footer. Now what's the first thing we need is the background. So that's done. We get our background, image. Let's give this a classic logo. And footer logo. All right, we're going to do display block. Margin auto to center it. Width 96%. Max width of 349. And that's going to be logo. White. Do we have white? Yeah, we got white. There we go. Actually, let's do 96. Let's make that smaller. $75. I still feel like it's like way too in your face. 50. That should be a little better. And padding top 75. That's the space I like. So we got that. Okay, so we're going to style all of our ULs. I want no padding. So if I have an LI and an H2, font size is going to be 18. Yeah. Your font weight is going to be 600. What is your color? Oh, you have an opacity. Okay. Opacity is 0.5. Text transform, it's uppercase, right? And it's already got the enter. Line height is going to be 1.98 m. And just our regular, our A's, LIA's, opacity 1, color 23, decoration none, so no underline. Height 1.975 m. Let's just see what we're looking like. Interesting. This doesn't seem to be recognizing the H2. Oh, is it because of its color? There it is. Okay, and font weight, single R's. There's that. Margin bottom, 25. I want to make sure my LIs have no margins on them. Okay, and that's starting to see everything is styled as it should be. So now I want these to, I want this to go over here. Let's see what it looks like. So we're going to do display. Flex start. Let's go to the top. Interesting. Something's breaking. Oh, my credit. I was wondering what these were. It's my credit because they're trying to be part of this. So I need to sit there with 100%. I need to set flex to flex wrap. There we go. And my ULs need to be width of like I don't know, 40%. And margin 0, I think. Why aren't y'all flexing? Oh, I have a container. I guess that helps. There we go. There's that. So Neotex is taking it up. And do max width like 420. And we're going to justify content flex start. So we're going to push everything to the left. Our margin bottom. So just let's push that down. And oh no, you know what? No. Let's do center. And then the third UL. Nth of type, third, width 100%. Text align, center. And then I think I'll make these text align right. So that they kind of push over here and it's even. You know, I want it to be even. Let's make this container come in a little bit. Margin bottom on that. So let's make this 25 instead. I don't like that gap. Yeah, I don't like that this doesn't have an H2. Just do contact. And oh, because it's centered. Let's do space between. Or there we go. And let's bring in this container. I think that should be good enough. Now let's go to our credit. %. Okay, B dot opaque. do opacity. So that's going to go in one. And that's going to go in one. So I'm going to put them in opacity because I don't want my, when I set the opacity, I don't want it to affect my link. So dot opacity, I do opacity 0.5. And we're going to do color for everybody to white. Display inline block. So my spans to inline blocks. So why are they acting all weird? Let's move that text decoration. What if I do text align center? And margin top. Space here. See, I want. Maybe maybe my A is display block. See, I want them to be next to each other. So what if I did 11? Oh, I see. Opacity's in a div. Span. Because divs are display block by default. So by having them as divs, they are displaying block and jumping everything else to the next line. And let's do a padding bottom to give us some space down there. Interesting. This white logo is very different. Oh well. So when we grow, everybody's going to stay right here because that's as far as it needs to go. And I think at 700, I think 768 is where I'm going to mash it all together. So footer, we need our container to remove our flex wrap. Okay, and our max width. $14.17. Okay, that's right, UL, entity type 2. We have to reset that text align left. So that comes in right there. I'm finishing footer, honey. Those are texting me. Let's see what happens when I do the scaling. Let's just scale the whole damn thing. That going to be width of auto. Cool. And whoops. It's going to push everybody over there. Right. And so 352. $161. So that is the proportion they're supposed to be in. Now, why is this? I gotta clean up this Neotex. Like, why is it? I don't think. No, I think it's. This actually needs to be a link. What the hell was I thinking? So that changes anything. Okay, yeah, because it looked like the image was breaking it because it was just going by its default. That's better. Okay, and then my credit. Actually, I'll take off the padding. We'll just do the same thing. Why are you being weird? Credit is supposed to be going 100%, but it's not behaving the way I'm expecting it to. I don't know why. Why are you being the way you are? What have I done to you, credit? Okay, this is just getting frustrating. $109. I don't get it. I really, I don't freaking get it. Oh, it's probably. Did I put something on the footer? No, the flexbox is on the container, and it's not in the container. It's not in the container. This is stupid. Why is this not? This is the last thing I gotta do, and then I'm free. Like, what the hell? Do I have to put it in the container? I'll put you in the container. I'll do it. Oh, I can't put it in the container because I removed the wrap property. So what the hell? Credit. My God, I had to say display block. That's all I had to do. This is stupid. There you go. Now these are all even. So what is my hover state? I think we're just going to keep it simple. We'll just underline. These don't need to be fancy. And then my credit. Underline. There we go. The only thing is I think I got to fix these buttons. They're a little too freaking wide. Unless they're supposed to be 233. Uh, 231. And 233. Yeah, I guess that's what they're supposed to be. So that's it. That's our homepage. That wasn't so bad. Let's take a look at what we did here. Yeah, see, yeah, that needle looks really good. I think that's the perfect touch. Got a link over there. That's neat. See? Okay, I'm happy. Except, holy crap, I gotta fix you. What are you doing over there? That's good. And this is our website. I think that credit needs to come down. Now what? Oh, I'm going to do this by 16 then. There you go. Okay, that's better. So now let's figure out what the hell is going on with dark mode. At 2000, something's happening. Min with 2000 on dark root CSS. Yep, I knew something was up. Okay. Now the problem is it's not. Okay, but when we go bigger, you don't move. Why don't you move, button? Because I forgot to. So the button is heightened with changing. The image should be going with it. So the button is 22 by 22. The moon is 22 by 22. It's being done in M's. It's fixed. And now it's staying at 22. Something is preventing it. Let's see. Here it is. Dark mode button, font size 22. Aha. Okay, so font size in here. There we go. You see how that happens when you're not using pixels? They're not, things aren't moving at the same rate. So it wasn't growing and it wasn't moving. Now that's good. See, that's better. And you know, when I finish the whole site, I'm going to go through and do dark mode. So there'll be a separate dark mode CSS video. But I think that's it. You know, I just wanted to keep this one. I'm keeping it simple with the hover interactions. You know, we're letting the design speak for itself. So I think this looks pretty nice. I was so surprised by this design. This is unlike anything I've done before. But this is why you work with designers, because you'll never come up with this on your own. I wouldn't have. This isn't my style. I would never have done this. So with that, we have finished the homepage. And the next video, we're going to do about. We're going to do the about page, and that's going to be this one. So I think I'm just going to copy and paste the hero here for here, and then all I got to do is just adjust the, or maybe no. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. But this one doesn't look too bad. The only fun one looks like we got a some interactivity down here, so that'll be fun to do. This doesn't look too bad. So we're gonna do that, and then then we're gonna get to the process, and that's where we're gonna have fun with this one. We're gonna figure out what the hell to do with this. I don't even know right now. So I'm probably gonna have to think about it when I go to sleep tonight, and probably have a nightmare about it. But this should be pretty cut and dry. This one. These should go by fast. I'm hoping I can knock at least these two out tomorrow, and maybe hit this one too. I'd like to finish this website by the weekend. So that's it. I will see you guys in the next video on the about page. So thanks for watching.